depends on you. When you don't understand, you depend on reality. When reality depends on you, that which isn't real becomes real. When you depend on reality, that which is real becomes false. When you depend on reality, everything is false. When reality depends on you, everything is true. Thus, the sage doesn't use their mind to look for reality, or reality to look for their mind, or their mind to look for their mind, or reality to look for reality. Their mind doesn't give rise to reality, and reality doesn't give rise to their mind. And because their mind and reality are still, they're always in samadhi. When the mortal mind appears, Buddhahood disappears. When the mortal mind disappears, Buddhahood appears. When the mind appears, reality disappears. When the mind disappears, reality appears. Whoever knows that nothing depends on anything has found the way. And whoever knows that the mind depends on nothing is always at the place of enlightenment. When you don't understand, you're wrong. When you understand, you're not wrong. This is because the nature of wrong is empty. When you don't understand, right seems wrong. When you understand, wrong isn't wrong, because wrong doesn't exist. The sutras say, nothing has a nature of its own. Act, don't question. When you question, you're wrong. Wrong is a result of questioning. When you reach such an understanding, the wrong deeds of your past lives are wiped away. When you're deluded, the 6 senses and 5 shades are constructs of suffering and mortality. When you wake up, the 6 senses and 5 shades are constructs of nirvana and immortality. Someone who seeks the way doesn't look beyond themselves. They know that the mind is the way. But when they find the mind, they find nothing. And when they find the way, they find nothing. If you think that you can use the mind to find the way, you're deluded. When you aren't deluded, Buddhahood exists. When you're not aware, it doesn't exist. This is because awareness is Buddhahood. If you're looking for the way won't appear until your body disappears. It's like stripping bark from a tree. This karmic body undergoes constant change. It has no fixed reality. Practice according to your thoughts. Don't hate life and death, or love life and death. Keep your every thought free of delusion. And in life, you'll witness the beginning of nirvana. And in death, you'll experience the assurance of no rebirth. To see form, but not to be corrupted by form, or to hear sound, but not to be corrupted by sound, is liberation. Eyes that aren't attached to form are the gates of Zen. In short, those who perceive the existence and nature of phenomena and remain unattached are liberated. Those who perceive the external appearance of phenomena are at their mercy. Not to be subject to afflictions is what's meant by liberation. There is no other liberation. When you know how to look at form, form doesn't give rise to mind, and mind doesn't give rise to form. Form and mind are both pure. When delusions are absent, the mind is in the land of Buddhas. When delusions are present, the mind is hell. Mortals create delusions, and by using the mind to give birth to mind, they always find themselves in hell. Bodhisattvas see through delusions, and by not using the mind to give birth to mind, they always find themselves in the land of Buddhas. If you don't use your mind to create mind, every state of mind is empty, and every thought is still. You go from one Buddha land to another. If you use your mind to create mind, every state of mind is disturbed, and every thought is in motion. You go from one hell to the next. When a thought arises, there's good karma and bad karma, heaven and hell. When no thought arises, there's no good karma or bad karma, no heaven or hell. The body neither exists nor doesn't exist. Hence, existence as a mortal and non-existence as a sage are conceptions with which a sage has nothing to do. Their heart is empty and spacious as the sky. That which follows is witnessed on the way. It's beyond the ken of mortals. When the mind reaches nirvana, you don't see nirvana, because the mind is nirvana. If you see nirvana somewhere outside the mind, you're deluding yourself. Every suffering is a Buddha seed, because suffering impels mortals to seek wisdom. But you can only say that suffering gives rise to Buddhahood. You can't say that suffering is Buddhahood. Your body and mind are the field. Suffering is the seed, wisdom the sprout, and Buddhahood the grain. The Buddha in the mind is like a fragrance in a tree. The Buddha comes from a mind free of suffering, just as a fragrance comes from a tree free of decay. There's no fragrance without the tree, and no Buddha without the mind. If there's a fragrance without a tree, it's a different fragrance. If there's a Buddha without your mind, it's a different Buddha. When the three poisons are present in your mind, you live in a land of filth. When the three poisons are absent from your mind, you live in a land of purity. The sutras say, if you fill a land with impurity and filth, no Buddha will ever appear. Impurity and filth refer to the three poisons and the other poisons. A Buddha refers to a pure and awakened mind. There's no language that isn't the Dharma. To talk all day without saying anything is the way. To be silent all day and still say something isn't the way. Hence, neither does the Tathagata's speech depend on silence, nor does their speech depend on speech, nor does their speech exist apart from their silence. Those who understand both speech and silence are in samadhi. If you speak when you know, your speech is free. If you're silent when you don't know, your silence is tied. If speech isn't attached to appearances, it's free. If silence is attached to appearances, it's tied. Language is essentially free. It has nothing to do with attachment. And attachment has nothing to do with language. Reality has no high or low. If you see high or low, it isn't real. A raft isn't real, but a passenger raft is. A person who rides such a raft can cross that which isn't real. That's why it's real. According to the world, there's male and female, rich and poor. According to the way, there's no male or female, no rich or poor. When the goddess realized the way, she didn't change her sex. When the stable boy awakened to the truth, he didn't change his status. Free of sex and status, they shared the same basic appearance. The goddess searched 12 years for her womanhood without success. To search 12 years for one's manhood would likewise be fruitless. The 12 years refers to the 12 entrances. Without the mind, there's no Buddha. Without the Buddha, there is no mind. Likewise, without water, there's no ice. And without ice, there is no water. Whoever talks about leaving the mind doesn't get very far. Don't become attached to appearances of the mind. The sutras say, when you see no appearance, you see the Buddha. This is what's meant by being free from appearances of the mind. Without the mind, there's no Buddha, means that the Buddha comes from the mind. The mind gives birth to the Buddha. But although the Buddha comes from the mind doesn't come from the Buddha. Just as a fish comes from water, but the water doesn't come from fish. Whoever wants to see a fish sees the water before they see the fish. And whoever wants to see a Buddha sees the mind before they see the Buddha. Once you've seen the fish, you forget about the water. And once you've seen the Buddha, you forget about the mind. If you don't forget about the mind will confuse you, just as the water will confuse you if you don't forget about it. Mortality and Buddhahood are like water and ice. To be afflicted by the three poisons is mortality. To be purified by the three releases is Buddhahood. That which freezes into ice in the winter melts into water in summer. Eliminate ice and there's no more water. Get rid of mortality and there's no more Buddhahood. Clearly, the nature of ice is the nature of water. And the nature of water is the nature of ice. And the nature of mortality is the nature of Buddhahood. Mortality and Buddhahood share the same nature. It's only because of the delusion of differences that we have the words mortality and Buddhahood. When a snake becomes a dragon, it doesn't change its scales. And when a mortal becomes a sage, they don't change their face. They know their mind through internal wisdom and take care of their body through external discipline. Mortals liberate Buddhas, and Buddhas liberate mortals. This is what's meant by impartiality. Mortals liberate Buddhas because affliction creates awareness. And Buddhas liberate mortals because awareness negates affliction. There can't help but be affliction, and there can't help but be awareness. If it weren't for affliction, there would be nothing to create awareness. And if it weren't for awareness, there would be nothing to negate affliction. When you're deluded, Buddhas liberate mortals. When you're aware, mortals liberate Buddhas. Buddhas don't become Buddhas on their own. They're liberated by mortals. Buddhas regard delusion as their father and greed as their mother. Delusion and greed are different names for mortality. Delusion and mortality are like the left hand and the right hand. There's no other difference. When you're deluded, you're on this shore. When you're aware, you're on the other shore. But once you know your mind is empty and you see no appearances, you're beyond delusion and awareness. And once you're beyond delusion and awareness, the other shore doesn't exist. The Tathagata isn't on this shore or the other shore, and he isn't in midstream. Arhants are in midstream, and mortals are on this shore. On the other shore is Buddhahood. Buddhas have three bodies: a transformation body, a reward body, and a real body. The transformation body is also called the incarnation body. The transformation body appears when mortals do good deeds. The reward body when they cultivate wisdom, and the real body when they become aware of the sublime. The transformation body is the one you see flying in all directions, rescuing others wherever it can. The reward body puts an end to doubts. The great enlightenment occurred in the Himalayas suddenly becomes true. The real body doesn't do or say anything. It remains perfectly still. But actually, there's not even one Buddha body, much less three. This talk of three bodies is simply based on human understanding, which can be shallow, moderate, or deep. People of shallow understanding imagine they're piling up blessings and mistake the transformation body for the Buddha. People of moderate understanding imagine they're putting an end to suffering and mistake the reward body for the Buddha. And people of deep understanding imagine they're experiencing Buddhahood and mistake the real body for the Buddha. But people of the deepest understanding look within, distracted by nothing. Such a clear mind is the Buddha they attain, the understanding of a Buddha without using the mind. The three bodies, like all other things, are unattainable and indescribable. The unimpeded mind reaches the way. The sutras say, Buddhas don't preach the Dharma, they don't liberate mortals, and they don't experience Buddhahood. This is what I mean. Individuals create karma. Karma doesn't create individuals. They create karma in this life and receive their reward in the next. They never escape. Only someone who is perfect creates no karma in this life and receives no reward. The sutras say, who creates no karma obtains the Dharma. This isn't an empty saying. You can create karma, but you can't create a person. When you create karma, you are reborn along with your karma. When you don't create karma, you vanish along with your karma. Hence, with karma dependent on the individual and the individual dependent on karma, if an individual doesn't create karma, karma has no hold on them. In the same manner, a person can enlarge the way. The way can't enlarge a person. Mortals keep creating karma and mistakenly insist that there's no retribution. But can they deny suffering? Can they deny that what the present state of mind sows, the next state of mind reaps? How can they escape? But if the present state of mind sows nothing, the next state of mind reaps nothing. Don't misconceive karma. The sutras say, despite believing in Buddhas, people who imagine that Buddhas practice austerities aren't Buddhists. The same holds for those who imagine that Buddhas are subject to rewards of wealth or poverty. They're deluded. They're incapable of belief. Someone who understands the teaching of sages is a sage. Someone who understands the teaching of mortals is a mortal. A mortal who can give up the teaching of mortals and follow the teaching of sages becomes a sage. But the fools of this world prefer to look for a sage far away. They don't believe that the wisdom of their own mind is a sage. The sutras say, among people of no understanding, don't preach this sutra. And the sutras say, mind is the teaching. But people of no understanding don't believe their own mind, or that by understanding this teaching, they can become a sage. They prefer to look for distant knowledge and long for things in space, Buddha images, light, incense, and colours. They fall prey to falsehood and lose their minds to insanity. The sutras say, when you see that all appearances are not appearances, you see the Tathagata. The myriad doors to the truth all come from the mind. When appearances of the mind are as transparent as space, they're gone. Our endless sufferings are the roots of illness. When mortals are alive, they worry about death. When they're full, they worry about hunger. Theirs is the great uncertainty. But sages don't consider the past, and they don't worry about the future, nor do they cling to the present. And from moment to moment, they follow the way. If you haven't awakened to this great truth, you'd better look for a teacher on earth or in the heavens. Don't compound your own deficiency.
Be a bit different in the face of obscurity. Yeah, the world I see, malicious and vicious traditions masquerade around as the right way to be, it seems. Culture's got pull with the people, fear in the shadows and it's building steeples. So easy to fall into that hole if it's how we were born. You say it's just the things that I have been taught, it's just the way that I was brought up. It's just the way that my people live, no other way but to give. And you've been speaking to me like different is dangerous. Like the world's got no space for us, but our time is nothing is perfect. The new world is worth it, and we're waking up. Who the hell am I to say I am God? That God is us, and we are not lost. Who the hell am I to be the whistleblower, to stand for a different culture, a culture of love, a culture of love. Well, who the hell am I to be loud and free, to show up as I am, determined to be dismantling the pain we bring, the stories in service of our suffering's purpose in society. I'll give you the key. The answer is me. Look in the mirror. We're the source of our own suffering. You want the world to change, so rearrange to be in line with the love you bring, with your offering, with the light you see. Set your own heart free. Oh, who the hell are you to say you are God? That God is us, and we are not lost. Who the hell are you to be the whistleblower, to stand for a different culture, a culture of love, culture of love. I'm giving up resistance, my heart is insistent. Offer my soul to you in every instant. Authentic calling to my one true mission, to love the world through my music and vision. I'm all in, ready to fall in line with this love divine, with this world of mine. Together we'll rise and bring the shadows right to a place of light. I offer my life, and I need you to live a life you love, and I need you to know that you're enough just as you are. We are on the cusp of this new world, and in you I trust. Every broken piece of shame, it's just love showing you the way. So let the darkness teach you your own name, so in the shadows you can stand and say, tell you who I am. I am God, and God is us, and we are not lost. Tell you who I am. I am the whistleblower. I stand for a different culture, a culture of love. Tell you who I am. I am God, and God is us, and we are not lost. Tell you who I am. I am the whistleblower. I stand for a different culture, a culture of love.
So these are the times we've been stuck in, feeling out the luck. Sometimes it's even hard to give a fuck, man. But honestly, I know it builds character, even when they stare at you. Keep your head up, don't let them perish you. A beautiful life, although the money coming slow. Remember slow better than no. Remember love better when they glow. Together we will grow, and the things are getting better, I know. So when the sun's shining, we'll be fine and right on time. You'll all be fine. And you can bet your last bottom dollar that if the rain shut me down today, you won't be back tomorrow. And keep us singing my songs, giving thanks and praises, letting it be heard that I'm grateful for these days. There is not a man alive who could make me feel poor, cause what I got is worth much more. I got air and water and love, friends that I'm certain will get it from above. And everything that's new to me is an opportunity, so I'm gonna grow. Well, I say everything that's new to me is an opportunity, so I'm gonna grow, and you can grow too. And brethren, you can grow too, yeah. I said that you can grow too, yeah. moving, keep improving. We gotta keep our heartbeat booming. Honestly, there really isn't any other way. To be happy, be grateful for every day you wake. And even when you're struggling, got the cup of hustle, man. I know how it be you in your belly. Be rumbling, well, I've been hungry too. That's when I'm hungry too. And if you need assistance, brother, just ask. I got you, yeah. Said if you need a hand, I said I got you, yeah. I keep a singing my songs, giving thanks and praises, letting it be heard that I'm grateful for these days. There is not a man alive who can make me feel poor, cause what I got is worth much more. I got air and water and love, friends that I'm certain will get it from above, and everything that's new to me is an opportunity, so I'm gonna grow. When I say everything that's new to me is an opportunity, so I'm gonna grow, 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 and you can grow too. But I used to fight big for and steal. My ego was so big that I couldn't even kneel. But now I do it daily, maybe just maybe this is what saved me. I did away with crazy. I stay humble like the flower growing through the concrete. Be thankful for everybody that I get to meet. Be patient and forgiving as much as I can. But I give myself grace cause I am only a man. Only got two hands, but I'ma use both of them. From around my neighbors just to let them know I know when I'm hugging on my family, we growing every day. And I pray that we all grow this way. We keep us singing our song, giving thanks and praises, letting it be heard that I'm grateful for these days. There is not a man alive who can make me feel full, cause what I got is worth much more. I got air and water and love, friends that I'm certain will get it from above, and everything that's new to me is an opportunity, so I'm gonna grow. When I say everything that's new to me is an opportunity, so I'm gonna grow, 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 and you can grow too.
There were also innumerable space spirits, led by such spirits as pure light shining all around, traveling everywhere deeply and extensively, producing auspicious wind, abiding securely beyond obstruction, broad steps and beautiful top knot, unhindered light flames, unobstructed conquering power, spotless light, deep and far-reaching sublime sound, all-pervading light. Their minds were all free from defilement, broad, vast, clear, and pure. There were also innumerable direction spirits, led by such spirits as dwelling everywhere, ubiquitous light, array of light beams, traveling everywhere unhindered, forever ending confusion, roaming everywhere in pure space, great sound of cloud banners, top knot and eyes undisturbed, universally observing the doings of the worlds, traveling everywhere watching. They were able, by means of their skills, to emanate light in all directions, always illuminating the 10 directions continuously without interruption. There were also innumerable night spirits, led by such spirits as pure light of universal virtue, observing the world with joyful eyes, everywhere manifesting auspicious omens, everywhere causing tree flowers to bloom, all senses always joyful, producing pure bounty. They all practiced diligently, taking delight in the truth. There were also innumerable day spirits, led by such as displaying palaces, bringing forth the fragrance of wisdom, delighting in superb adornments, exquisite light of fragrant flowers, collecting all wonderful herbs, liking to make joyful eyes, appearing in all places, light of great compassion, radiance of goodness, garlands of beautiful flowers. They all had certain faith in the sublime truth and always strived diligently in concert to adorn the palace. There were also innumerable day spirits, led by such as displaying palaces, bringing forth the fragrance of wisdom, delighting in superb adornments, exquisite light of fragrant flowers, collecting all wonderful herbs, liking to make joyful eyes. There were also innumerable Titan kings, led by such as Rahula, Bhimachita, skillful magical arts, great following, great strength, universal shining, wonderful adornment of firm action, vast causal wisdom, manifesting superior qualities, sublime voice. They had all worked energetically to conquer pride and afflictions and other afflictions. There were also innumerable Garuda kings, led by such as power of great swiftness, unbreakable jewel topknot, pure speed, non-regressing mind, sustaining power in the ocean, steady pure light, artistically decorated crown topknot, immediate manifestation everywhere, surveying the ocean, universal sound and broad eyes. They had already perfected the power of great skill in expedient methods of liberation and were able to rescue all beings. There were also innumerable Maharaga kings, led by such as beneficent wisdom, pure dignified sound, adornment of supreme wisdom, Lord of sublime eyes, lamp-like banner, refuge of the masses, supreme light banner, lion guts, sound adorned by myriad subtleties, stable as a polar mountain, delightful light. They all diligently cultivated great and extensive skills in method to cause sentient beings to forever tear apart the net of ignorance. There were also innumerable Yaksha kings, led by such as Vaishravana, independent sound, solemn weapon bearer, great wisdom, Lord of flaming eyes, adamantian eye, arm of courage and strength, bravely resisting general, rich in material goods, power to smash high mountains. They all strived to guard and protect all living beings. There were also innumerable great Naga kings, led by such as Virupaksha, Shakra, subtle banner of cloud sounds, flaming mouth ocean light, ubiquitous high cloud banner, unbounded steps, pure form, great sound traveling everywhere, no heat or torment. They all worked hard making clouds and spreading rain to cause the heat and afflictions of all beings to vanish. There were also innumerable Kumbhanda kings, led by such as Increase, Dragon Lord, banner of adornments of goodness, universally beneficial action, most fearsome, handsome with beautiful eyes, high peak intellect, brave and strong arms, boundless pure flower eyes, enormous godlike face with Titan eyes. They all diligently practiced and studied the teachings of freedom from impediment and emitted great light. There were also innumerable Gandharva kings, led by such as Sustaining the Nation, Tree Light, Clear Eyes, Flower Crown, Universal Sound, Joyously Moving Beautiful Eyes, Wondrous Sound Lion Banner, Diamond Tree Flower Banner, joyfully causing adornments to appear everywhere. They all had deep faith and appreciation of the great teaching, rejoiced in it and respected it, and diligently practiced it tirelessly. There were also innumerable moon deities, led by such as Moon Godling, Flower King Top Knot Halo, myriad sublime pure lights, pacifying the hearts of the world, luminosity of Tree King eyes, manifesting pure light, immutable light traveling everywhere, sovereign monarch of constellations, moon of pure awareness, great majestic light. All strived to bring to light the mind jewel of living beings. There were also innumerable sun deities, led by such as Sun Godling, eyes of flames of light, awesome light, undefiled jewel arrays, non-regressing courage, light of beautiful flower garlands, supreme banner light, universal light of a jewel topknot, eyes of all light. All of them diligently learned and practiced to benefit living beings and increase their roots of goodness. There were also innumerable kings of the 33 heavens, led by such as Shakra Indra, everywhere intoning fulsome sound, kind eyes jewel topknot, jewel light banner fame, joy producing topknot, admirable right mindfulness, supreme sound of the polar mountain, perfect mindfulness, pleasing flower light, eye of the sun of knowledge, independent light able to enlighten. All of them strived to bring forth great works in all worlds. There were also innumerable kings of the Suyama heavens, led by such as Timely Portion, Delightful Light, Banner of Inexhaustible Wisdom and Virtue, skilled in miraculous displays, great light of memory power, inconceivable wisdom, circular navel, light flames, illumination, greatly famed for universal observation. All of them diligently cultivated great roots of goodness, and their minds were always joyful and content. There were also an inconceivable number of kings of the Tushita heavens, led by such as Contented, Ocean of Bliss Topknot, Supreme Virtue Banner, Still and Silent Light, Pleasing Beautiful Eyes, Clear Moon on a Jewel Peak, Supreme Courage and Strength, Subtle Diamond Light, Constellation Array Banner, Pleasing Adornments. All of them diligently kept in mind the names and epithets of all the Buddhas. There were also innumerable kings of the heavens of enjoyment of emanations, led by such as skillful transformation and emanation, light of silent sound, light of the power of transformation and emanation, master of adornment, light of mindfulness, supreme cloud sound, supreme light of myriad subtleties, exquisite top-knot light, perfect joy and intellect, flower light top-knot, and seeing in all directions. All of them worked diligently to tame living beings and enable them to attain liberation. There were also countless kings of heavens of free enjoyment of others' emanations, led by such as Sovereign Freedom, Sublime Eye Lord, Beautiful Crown Banner, Courageous Intelligence, Wonderful Sound Phrases, Subtle Light Banner, Gate of the Realm of Peace, Array of Splendid Discs Banner, Flower Grove Independent Intellect, and Light of Beautiful Adornments of the Power of Indra. All of them diligently practiced and studied the vast and great teaching of independent skill in means of liberation. There were also uncountable kings of the great Brahma heavens, led by such as Shikhin, Light of Wisdom, Radiance of Beneficent Wisdom, Sound of Ubiquitous Clouds, Independent Observer of the sounds of speech of the worlds, Eyes of Still Light, All-Pervading Light, Sound of Magical Displays, Eyes of Shining Light, and Pleasing Ocean Sound. All of them had great compassion and took pity on living beings, unfolding light that illumined everywhere. They caused them to be joyful and blissful. There were also innumerable kings of the heavens in which light is used for sound, led by pleasing light, pure subtle light, sound of freedom, supreme awareness and knowledge, delightful pure subtle sound, sound of skillful meditation, universal sound illumining everywhere, most profound light sound, pure name light, and supreme pure light. All of them dwelt in the unhindered state of great peace, tranquility, joy, and bliss. There were also innumerable kings of the heavens of universal purity, led by such as pure reputation, supreme vision, virtue of tranquility, sound of the polar mountain, eye of pure mindfulness, light flame sovereign, enjoyer of meditation on the truth and creating demonstrations, banner of miraculous displays, and exquisite array of constellation sounds. They were all already abiding securely in the great teaching and worked diligently to benefit all worlds. There were also innumerable kings of the heavens of vast results, led by such as the banner of delightful light of truth, ocean of pure adornments, light of supreme wisdom, independent wisdom banner, delight in tranquility, eye of the universal knowledge, delight in use of intellect, light of intellect sown with virtue, undefiled tranquil light, and vast pure light. They all dwelt at peace in the palace of tranquility. There were also countless kings of the heavens of great freedom, led by such as sea of subtle flames, light of the name of freedom, eye of pure virtues, enjoyable great intelligence, freedom of immutable light, eyes of the sublime adornments, light of skillful meditation, delightful great knowledge, universal sound array banner, and light of fame of extreme exertion. All of them diligently contemplated the truth of formlessness, and their actions were all equanimous and impartial. At that time, the oceanic hosts at the Buddha's site of enlightenment had assembled. The unlimited types and species were all around the Buddha, filling everywhere. Their forms and companies were each different. From wherever they came, they approached the world-honored one, wholeheartedly looking up to him. These assembled masses had already gotten rid of all afflictions and mental defilements as well as their residual habits. They had pulverized the mountains of multiple barriers and perceived the Buddha without obstruction. They were like this because Vairochana Buddha in past times, over oceans of eons, cultivating the practices of enlightening beings, had received them and taken care of them with the 4 saving practices of generosity, kind words, beneficial action, and cooperation. And while planting the roots of goodness in the company of each Buddha in those eons, had already taken good care of them and had taught and developed them by various means, establishing them on the path of omniscience, where they sowed innumerable virtues, gained great merits, and had all entered completely into the ocean of skill in liberative means and undertaking of vows. The actions they carried out were fully pure, and they had well embarked on the way to emancipation. They always saw the Buddha clearly illumined, and by the power of supreme understanding entered into the ocean of the qualities of Buddhahood. They found the doors of liberation of all Buddhas and roamed freely in spiritual powers. That is to say, ocean of subtle flames, a king of a heaven of great freedom, found the door of liberation through the tranquility and practical power of the realm of space and the cosmos. The celestial light king of the name of freedom gained the door of liberation through freely observing all things. The celestial king I of pure virtues, found the door of liberation, of effortless action, knowing that all things are not born, do not perish, and do not come or go. The celestial king, enjoyable great intelligence, found the door of liberation through the ocean of wisdom, directly perceiving the real character of all things. The celestial king, freedom of immutable light, found the door of liberation through the great practical concentration of bestowing boundless peace and happiness on living beings. The celestial king, eye of sublime adornments, found the door of liberation through causing observation of the truth of nullity and annihilating all ignorance and fear. The celestial king, light of skillful meditation, found the door of liberation through entering infinite realms without producing any activity of thought about existence. The celestial king, delightful great knowledge, found the door of liberation by going everywhere in the 10 directions to preach the truth, yet without moving and without relying on anything. The celestial king, universal, sound array banner, found the gate of liberation by entry into the Buddha's realm of tranquility and everywhere manifesting great light. The celestial king, light of fame of extreme exertion, found the gate of liberation by abiding in his own enlightenment, yet having an infinitely broad perspective. At that time, the celestial king, ocean of subtle flames, imbued with the spiritual power of the Buddha, surveyed the whole host of celestial beings of the heavens of great freedom, and said in verse, "The Buddha body extends throughout all the great assemblies. It fills the cosmos without end. Quiescent, without essence, it cannot be grasped. It appears just to save all beings. The Buddha, king of the teaching, appears in the world able to light the lamp of sublime truth, which illumines the world. His state is boundless and inexhaustible. This is what Name of Freedom has realized. The Buddha is inconceivable, beyond discrimination, comprehending forms everywhere as insubstantial. For the sake of the world, he opens wide the path of purity. This is what pure eyes can see. The Buddha's wisdom is unbounded. No one in the world can measure it. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I received the offering from my wife. And I'm sorry to the Avatamsaka Sutra for eating this food.
To all of you. We added a whole new
welcome to Satsang.
Oh my God. Come on. Come on.
So the
This
ultimate
guy's-
adventure for a human being is to wake up, become enlightened, know self as truth, know self as beingness, instead of knowing self as an I. The big difference between knowing yourself as an I and knowing yourself as beingness is there's actually no identifying with beingness. Whereas with the I, there's identification. You think you are the one. Someone who's awake is basically a nothing. And that's the freedom. It's the freedom from the I. It's the freedom from the mind. Because when you examine nothing, nothing really bothers it. It's free. In the pursuit of enlightenment,
No.
I feel that people have to raise their consciousness levels. I don't think you can go straight from lower consciousness to super consciousness or enlightenment. I don't think that's possible. And in the pursuit of raising your consciousness levels, I can only talk about my own history with that. And that history started in doing encounter groups, which were personal growth groups when I was 19. And in an encounter group, or a personal growth group like that, people would tell you what they could see about you. The teacher would tell you what he or she could see about you.
Honey, I want to eat that.
And for me, it didn't matter if
You
they
have
were
not had?
90% wrong. I was interested in the 10% where they were right. Because I wanted to know about me. I wanted to see what was in my way. I was a seeker. And so I wasn't into defending myself against the people that got it 90% wrong. I was into thanking them for getting it 10% right. And this is the correct attitude to have, because that's one source of information that can tell you about how your own mind is working. And your own mind is the thing that creates the obstacles that are in the way of heart and are in the way of higher consciousness, in the way of
Sadhguruji, thank you so much. Namaskar. This is an incredible opportunity for us to discuss the importance of meditation. So before we get into that topic as such, I'd like to just start off with this question that often arises, that meditation is a religious practice, and therefore we need to be careful about its source, its practice, and of course the juxtaposition between religious and spiritual. So maybe we can start off with this question. What is meditation and what is it not?
Now you have already contaminated the question.
Yeah.
So let me put it this way, Hindus cannot meditate. Buddhists cannot meditate. Muslims, Christians, Jews cannot meditate. Only human beings can meditate. If you're human, you could become meditative in so many ways. When I say meditative, I'm not talking about meditation as it's spoken, as if it's a specific practice. Meditativeness is a quality. If the flower blossoms, there is fragrance. Similarly, if this human being reaches a certain level of evolution, there is a natural fragrance about that being. How to get there? There are innumerable ways to get there. There are ways which are steeped in culture, which you may identify as religious generally. If it's steeped in Indian culture, you will say it is Hindu. If it is steeped in Japanese or something, you say it's Buddhist. If it's steeped in any of the Christian countries, you say it's Christian. That's not important. The quality of meditativeness is important. You can sing and become meditative. You can dance and become meditative. You can play tennis and become meditative. Or you can just sit here and become meditative. Sitting here and becoming meditative is very important, because how long can you sing? How long can you dance? How long can you play tennis? How long can you do any activity? All activity is limited. Every activity that you perform can only be performed in a specific time. So the purpose of being able to sit and be meditative is that meditativeness becomes a living quality in your life. Right now, is it Hindu, is it this, is it that? For example, the Miracle of Mind meditation uses breath. All those people who do not breathe, they cannot do it. Suppose Hindus don't breathe, they can't do it. If Muslims are not breathing, they cannot do it. It's only for those who can breathe. So if you have a breath, if you have a living breath going on, you can be meditative. Why breath is? It is a guaranteed activity as long as you're alive. Any other activity that you pick up, you cannot do it forever, and not everybody is competent to do it. Breath, I believe, every living human being is competent of that. So it's a breath-related activity which leads to become meditative. What is meditativeness? What is the quality? See who we are right now. As a body, we are a body of memory. Evolutionary memory, genetic memory, karmic memory, conscious and unconscious memories, articulate and inarticulate memories. Like this we identify 8 types of memory which makes this body. Body has trillion times more memory than your mind can ever imagine, nor your AI can ever imagine. Because 100 years ago, how your ancestor was, your great-great-great-grandfather was, his nose is sitting on your face right now, whether you like it or you don't like it. 1,000,000 years ago, how your forefathers were, even today your skin maintains that quality. Your body remembers everything that's happened to the life on this planet. Not just to this life. Your body remembers everything that's happened to the life on this planet. So it's a certain amount of memory. However much memory you have, it is a limited amount of memory. You can talk in gigabytes and zigabytes and whatever you want, but you're talking about a limited amount of memory. One aspect of meditativeness is to transcend that limitation. Because memory is a possibility at one level, it's also a limitation at another level. Suppose you are not in my memory, I look at you and think you're a stranger. If you're in my memory, I think you're a friend. That's how simple it is. So anything that's outside of our memory, we somehow think it's strange. If you're in the United States, you would call it weird. Or if you were in a tribe, you would think it's an enemy. Anything, whoever is not in your memory or whatever is not in your memory is a natural enemy. First shoot and then talk. This has been the way of humanity. Now we're a little better, we talk and then shoot. Earlier we used to shoot and then talk. So meditativeness means you go beyond your psychological activity and your physiological activity. Because your physiological activity is an accumulated activity. We were not born like this. We were born as little babies. Here we are, accumulated. Similarly, what we call our mind is a certain level of accumulation, which is again impressions and memories. Now, if you can create a little bit of space
humans, non-humans, everything, forgive them.
Hosi, Ahosi.
You scatter out. Don't contain. Let go of the letting go. Relax out. Brightening out beyond limits. Release out. Let go of the letting go out. You are shining out. Keep on shining. Let go of the
All right, everybody. So do we have any questions or sharing or anything like that? We're at the 4-hour mark for our satsang. So it's time to slowly wrap things up, bring things to an end. Nothing in life is for free, Super Supper. You want my connections, you want my resources, you want my information, you pay for it like everybody else. No such thing as a free handout in life.
See your courage and your deep surrender. shame. Bring all of yourself to me. I have that space. Bring your beauty and bring your love. Bring all of yourself to me. You are already enough. Ooh, 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 ooh. Already enough. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Already enough, already enough, already enough. Bring your intensity. Bring your intensity. I want you to bring all of yourself to me. I want you to bring all of yourself to me, all of yourself to me, all of yourself to me. Bring me all of your sadness, your grief and your pain. Bring me all of your anger and all of your shame. I want all of you, I want every piece. I want you to bring all of yourself to me. I want you to bring all of yourself to me. I want you to bring all of yourself to me. I want you to bring all of yourself to me, all of yourself to me, all of yourself to me. Bring your intensity. Bring your shame. Bring all of yourself to me. I have that space. Bring your beauty and bring your love. Bring all of yourself to me. You are already enough. Ooh, 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 ooh. Already enough. Ooh, 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 ooh. Already enough, already enough, already enough.
Find it difficult to forgive. That's a good. Okay, find it difficult to forgive. That's a good point, right? About forgiveness. That is a good point. Because, these people did these bad things, or we in ourselves, we did these bad things. So forgiveness is, as much as we're able to forgive or give forgiveness, we can receive forgiveness. So it's a little bit of a psychic phenomena that you brought this up, because that mantra, that ahosi, it means, it's a Buddhist word that means giving and receiving forgiveness, right? So it's like an inverted sphere, an inverted space, right? And so the thing with forgiveness is just let go. I mean, what you want to carry these people around with you, you want to carry these situations around with you. I mean, just let it go and move on. What this question usually has to do with is maintaining or fixing or getting more involved in some kind of interpersonal dynamic or relationship. But if we're on this path, we're not taking refuge in the people that we happen to know or happen to be around, or have happened to had relationships or experiences with up to now, even versions of ourselves. We're taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We're taking refuge in the Dharma. You know what I mean? So you just kind of have to be willing to let go and not think so much about these interpersonal dynamics and relationships that exist or don't exist to varying degrees. I mean, mostly people just think about themselves. It's just the nature of the attachment to the body and the mind being so deep, there's not that much capacity for them to think about other people. So, you know, just let it go and move on. You know, honestly, truthfully. And negative people will have, you know, the large majority of negative people, negatively minded people, will have very low endurance and tolerance for getting involved with things and doing in things. So just let it go.
Hello?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Blake.
What's going on, Blake? This is Dr. Rob.
Oh, hey, what's going on, Dr. Rob? How are you doing?
I'm doing my course, I'm doing my classes and my sessions.
Okay. Good deal, good to hear.
So I got
How's
your
it going?
message and I saw that you wanted to make a financial contribution, you wanted to support in some way, so I'm here to support you in doing that.
Okay, are you live right now, or is this just between me and you? Is this a private call? It doesn't, I mean, technically,
Well, nobody
Follow
has your
the client.
number, nobody's going to be able to track you down, so I wouldn't worry about that.
That's totally fine, but I just want to know, am I live right now? I don't mind, I just would like to know.
Technically, yes.
Okay, that's fine, I appreciate you letting me know.
But I don't know.
So-
I don't even know who most of these people are. You know, I know a handful of people.
Right.
It's a small group of people that support. It's a lot of tag-alongs. It's a lot of people that come on here to get a free lunch. You know, a free spiritual lunch. And ultimately, that's okay. That's cool. But of course,
Right,
there's
The
there.
reality of it is that there needs to be a financial backing behind wanting to progress any further. I get that. Or, like you said the last time, you were going to buy a motorcycle with it, which I don't know if you honestly were joking or not, but my thing is this. If I am to, do this and you are to do with what you will with the money, I would just like to know from your perspective and your point of view, with your knowledge, knowing that, I mean, really we can, understand each other without having to speak words. If you know, you know. What are your intentions to do with, the finances on both your own personal benefit and for the actual, we'll call it the movement, for lack of better words?
Right. So my own personal benefit is not much of a big deal. It's not. I mean, it's of course there has to be some concern for that. I have to be responsible for that. But there's not a, I live here in Vietnam, and
Okay.
I
didn't know that.
my expenses aren't incredible or anything like that. So I'm able to take care of myself with the support I have from my long-term supporters and just general
Oh, right. I wasn't
small
trying to-
donations and things like that. But that I mean, these two things kind of go together. So what I'm putting myself in the position of is a well-known advisor or a reliable character for people who are seriously interested in non-duality, Buddhism, enlightenment, etc. That's the position that I'm putting myself in. So for someone that says, well, I'm not sure about this, etc., try to find another, spiritual teacher is kind of a broken word, but find somebody, former Buddhist monk, a meditator, a teacher, etc., that's live streaming for 1, 2, 3, 4. And live streaming is just a word here to say that is present and available and accessible and giving. You see what I'm saying? And so there is an element of unparalleledness here. And in that, there's an expression in that of this willingness to give and self-sacrifice in my own life. So realistically, when we're talking about the movement moving forward, we're talking about primarily supporting people in all kinds of different ways. And that might look, that may take the form of something like a something like building a meditation center here in Vietnam.
Right.
But for that, I mean, we're
Doing
looking
something
at
concentrated or something along those lines, you know.
but
that's
there we're
what I
looking
would
at
like to
hundreds.
see,
We're
but-
looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars. So in the meantime, we're looking
Okay.
for people who want to step up and they want to, basically create these seed intentions to move forward.
Right. I'm not
And
here for the notoriety.
Sure.
I'm not here for fame. I'm not here for anything other than to put currency towards something that I feel could be a very, how do I put this without, I got a plan going over it. How do I put this without, sounding cliche? But I would really like to see you have a further reach to more people on your platform, because the interaction in itself is what is the most important. The fact that you're getting interaction. Now, I know a lot of people that watch your live streams and Shiva's live streams that, you get a lot, it comes with it, right? Hate. You get a lot of hate, misunderstandings, and people who will do everything in their power to try and discredit you and or burn it all down, really, to try and
well,
sabotage.
there's fundamentally there's not much to burn. There's not much to burn down here. There's
I'm
not.
thinking about in the future, so that's where, there's no, I'm not backpedaling or anything, so don't get it twisted. I'm just, my mindset is to think about the security of the future as well, because if it is going to be a big platform that a lot of people are interacting with, and that's what we want to do ultimately here, isn't it? We want to get this to the masses. I mean, we're going to use the technology we have right now, which is social media, cell phones in everybody's hands, and so what better technology and what better time to spread the truth, or whatever you want to call it, just being a human being and how to function in the body properly. There's no, nobody thinks that there's a blueprint. There is a blueprint. This is the greatest chemical factory on the planet here. I'm regurgitating some things from Sadhguru, but if you know, you know. If you experientially, if you've experienced it yourself, then you know what I'm talking about. Millions of people have experienced it, millions of people haven't. I want to make sure for 100% certainty that I am contributing to something that is obviously, 100% legitimate, which is, and not have any kind of negative karma attached to me by getting involved from my lack of knowledge and or lack of, let's say, security, lack of getting to know more details about, maybe even details that you might not want to discuss here live or here in front of everyone, not to be secretive, but just to be just to be secure, because you don't want people knowing everything there is to know about the, financial end or anything like that. That's how people get robbed, and that's how people get taken advantage of. Cyber attacks they're nothing.
Anyways, so of course I get that and I get what you're saying, but this is not a solo enterprise. So I'm a part of a much larger worldwide organization under my teacher Sayadaw Otamatara, who's one of the well-known meditation masters in Myanmar, with more than 100 meditation centers in Myanmar alone, let alone our international meditation centers in the U.S., in Thailand, in Japan, in Malaysia. We have many meditation centers in Malaysia. So this isn't really something that I'm doing myself, by myself or for myself. Now, for those people that want to support, just doing good deeds, and Tabarwa, there's a nonprofit in the U.S. that you could donate to if you wanted to make a large donation and get a tax redux or whatever. But this is more about people practicing generosity, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. So my life is not just for myself. My life is for the Sangha, the community. and continuing down this path. So there may be certain aspirations and directions that I'd like to go in, but that's a long term and also a lot of money. So the primary point of what's going on here is not me gathering resources for myself, but actually that there's already so many resources that I have on offer here already for people to ordain, to go and stay at meditation centers, to go and stay at monasteries in Thailand, etc., that there's not, there's not really a sales pitch here. It's an opportunity for people who want to practice generosity and support, this kind of wacky, crazy, interesting dynamic, this crazy wisdom that's going on here. But a major confusion that trolls have and maybe just onlookers have as well is that this is some kind of easily understandable or digestible or private enterprise, or that I'm somehow like isolated and trying to like build something for myself of myself. Actually, that's not the case. I'm a part of a much bigger organization, and if I never had any more money ever in my life, there wouldn't be a problem for me to live the rest of my life as a monk or as a yogi or as a volunteer at any of my teachers' meditation centers, whether it's in America or in Myanmar especially. So there's not like people in India, that need wells and that don't have access to good education. They have a need like that, and people's needs are very important. This is more an opportunity, or an opportunity is here for people who want to participate, not in the realm of money actually, for something practical like a gold chain to use and to hold the wealth of the Sangha around my neck during live streams, or the motorcycle for practical use here in Vietnam, is something else entirely.
That is true. I didn't know that you were in Vietnam, so that does make more sense, and I understand completely. Yeah, I am definitely on board. So from this point forward, not to be blunt and or rude, but just to be forward, how would you like to go about continuing, and what would be the best way for me and my colleagues that would like to also contribute? Where would we need to do that? Do you have a platform that you would like it to be donated to? Do you have something more secure that we could possibly, wire to? I just want to know.
It's all secure. I mean, we have a long-term student and kind of a representative for the community in Australia. So wire transfers could be sent to her. I have a PayPal. I can receive Western Union here in Vietnam. There's all kinds of different options. But my primary thing here is not to enrich myself. Although of course everybody loves cake. I love getting a present. It's nice to get a present. It's nice to feel that support. But my primary work is to offer support and create a living dynamic of generosity that can be built on, in the future and continue to grow. I don't really need anybody's money, but if someone wants to donate and support, I'm willing to take that on.
The thing is, that's why I offered, is because I know, people like to say that you guys are out begging for money and asking, but that's not the case. Even if you guys...
Well, that's a tool. That is a tool that I use to challenge. That is a tool that I use to challenge people about what they're doing here. Put your money where your mouth is, put your heart where your mind is, and get serious about what you're doing, or go and leave. Now, I just want to be clear. I'm not really associated with Shiva Kailash Shambho in this way. He's doing something else. He's not involved or representing for me or for my group. He has his own thing that he's doing, and that's his situation. Yeah, he's doing more for himself. Yeah. But anyways, you're welcome. You're welcome. I just tell people, I get a lot of calls from a lot of strange people, and it's when someone starts donating seriously with their time, with their energy, with their deep listening. If they've got a bunch of, people who have money know that money is not real in the sense that poor people think money is real. It's if you have enough money, you're just going to be getting checks every month or every year for having money.
Somebody who's rich, and I'm not somebody who is, a billionaire or a millionaire by any means. I am my own person, and I just feel that it is, when you have a gut feeling on something, I usually trust it if it's, a certain, when it comes to a specific subject like this, like me coming across your live streams randomly during a very, very pivotal point in my life. Like I said, I lost my best friend, my father, last year, and from just everything I have observed and encountered, the synchronicities have been more obvious than I've ever experienced them in life, in this body. So
Yeah, I mean,
definitely-
I'll be upfront with you. At this point, receiving money or anything to do with money is more of a burden to me than something that I'm looking for, something that I need. So I've encouraged, if people have an attachment to donating money, they're skillful to make donations, then they can detach from that. But if it's something new that you're trying to come across, you're trying to offer support, then that's great. I'm willing to meet you there, but I'm not going around with my handout. If you have
No,
a
there's
connection
difference
to
between
some,
a handout and a handout. That's for sure.
yeah.
I understand. I do. I really do. So yeah, I'm definitely on board. I would like to contact my colleagues and my team and let them know that, that we're here now. I mean, we're having this conversation. We're coming to an agreement here, and go ahead and solidify this damn thing, and see what happens after.
Whatever you want to do, that's good for you. I mean, it's not complicated.
Yeah.
It's, I'll send you a PayPal link, and, you can go
Okay,
from there,
yeah,
but
send me
it's,
what you think I need as far as that, and like I said, I'll get with my team so that we can get it done properly.
what do you
and,
mean by that? You'll get with your team. What does that mean?
So I have a team of people. I have 3 financial advisors, for lack of better words, and I have 2. Get back over here. I have 2 secretaries who I, talk to about basically. I mean, they're childhood friends, and they, as a team. I mean, we all are a part of an organization that does this. This is what we do. We try to determine whether things are legit or not when it comes to spreading the truth and spreading what needs to be spread. And that's for people to wake the fuck up and realize that you are not a human being. You are in a human body, and you are a consciousness that does not die, for lack of better words, and to kind of sum it up. But yeah, that's what I mean by that. I have a group of people that work as like a hive mind, and in a way, not in a bad way, but we get together, we put our heads together, and we go, well, hey, listen, and you caught me at a very random time. I'm in the States, so it is 11:39. I'm in the middle of the United States, middle of the map, and had you called me a few hours ago, we could have made this thing happen on live. But you could also just go ahead and let me call my team, or let me call an individual out of my team, talk with them real quick, and give you a call back, and have them join in to explain how to further to go about this. I mean, if you want to do it through PayPal, like I said, I have to talk to them about this. You being that you're in Vietnam, I don't know what the
Well, this
what is
this
that?
is
What's
not
the word I'm
based.
looking for?
This is not based in a want about me. So you
No,
have
no,
to
no.
you have to take this onto yourself. I mean, what you really need is not to talk about making donations or to plan about making donations with your team. You need to practice generosity
how to
from
make that
yourself, and
donation.
to sacrifice as well. So any preconceived notions, even if they're dharmic notions or spiritual notions, or that this person is in the right or this person is in the wrong, or this person is like this or that. This is the practice of mindfulness and detachment that's free from the duality of man. The ideas that we hold about ourselves and other people, coming back to awareness, coming back to non-thought. So, the highest practice of generosity that we can do doesn't relate to money. It relates to giving your body and mind to practice meditation, to listen to Dharma talks, to go and volunteer at a monastery, to go and just give up and give away all your money and all your power and all your position and to become a monk. So this is one of those things that it's really confusing for people. It's really confusing for people that don't necessarily come from a Buddhist informed background. These teachings on non-self, these teachings on emptiness, that even emptiness is empty of itself.
Buddhist belief, or do you also?
And this is also what I'd recommend. This is also what I would recommend. To go back and look at my content, and look at my work over the past 8 years of being a Buddhist monk. I've lived most of my adult life in monasteries as a monk, traveling with my teacher to countries all over the world for 8 years.
Oh, okay. See, I've not viewed those. What page are we on now? I'm trying to search it on YouTube as we speak, so that I can.
Monk life meditation. So it's a really weird thing. It's a really unbelievable thing, because we have this predisposition looking at people online. I mean, you've got all kinds of lolcows, you've got all types of trolls, you've got all kinds of people who have this fake, crazy, weird sense of self-importance. We're gonna build a community, we're gonna do all these things. And it just comes from them living in the suburbs, or living with their parents, or doing this and doing that, etc. So it's very strange that there's a guy who was a Buddhist monk for 8 years that's live streaming for 12 hours a day and also acting wild and crazy, and also listening to Dharma talks and doing guided meditations and all these kinds of different things. But it's something you have to go and work through yourself, and to find that breakout point between how things are supposed to be, because I'm supposed to be a crazy person. I'm supposed to be doing somebody who's I lived in the suburbs in my parents' house for a long time. I saved up some money. I moved to Vietnam, married some woman, and now I'm just pretending to teach meditation and pretending to have a community, and this kind of delusional thing, right? So in terms of if I'm delusional, if I'm smart, if I'm stupid, whatever, this is somebody who was a Buddhist monk for 8 years that has spent most of their adult life training with Buddhist monks and living at monasteries, around the world. So I talked with somebody before. I said, if I'm going to be the biggest lolcow ever, people come in and they troll and they say these things. Well, I'm going to be the biggest lolcow ever that was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. So that, there's certain things that you can't torture out of somebody, or manipulate out of somebody, or make up or bullshit up about someone. So this is one of those things, and this isn't necessarily positive or negative. It's just the way that it is. So, I encourage you to do whatever that you want to do, but my recommendation in terms of you donating would not be in relationship to money. I would encourage you to come and practice, listen to the Dharma talks, do the meditations, and really listen and connect with what's going on here on a more basic level before you consider about your plans, your desires, etc. Because if you're thinking about,
not to cut you off, but when Shiva was telling me something similar to this, what I was hearing from him is that he hadn't been to the Isha Foundation, but that he comes from more from the Sadhguru, which is not it's not Hindu, but is Indian based and has some Hindu belief.
Yeah, Sadhguru is great. Sadhguru is great. Sadhguru is great. Shiva was not a monk. He's spent maybe a month or max in total time of living at a monastery. Whereas I've spent most of my adult life living at monasteries and training with masters. So it's a very different situation. Shiva is a friend of mine, and also kind of a quote unquote spiritual content creator, but it's an entirely different situation. So I can see from the outsider's perspective, what's really the difference between me and Shiva. Maybe it doesn't seem like much, but Shiva's got his own thing going on, and I've kind of been playing, because I'm an artistic guy. I'm a little bit of a wild guy. I think all of us we have a few beers or we're really getting into it. Some people have that kind of absurd side or that kind of troll side. I came from, when I was a teenager and stuff, I was like a troll. I would call in and make up stories and bullshit people and argue with people and, try to tear people down and mess around with people like that for years.
You learn from that, though.
And well, yeah, I learned from that, and I went to become a Buddhist monk for 8 years, and I kind of changed my life.
Where did you start with becoming a Buddhist monk, and
I
how were you able to get to where you got?
I started I was 19 years old. I was schizophrenic. I was anxious. I was very messed up. I was very mixed up inside. Very deep suffering, contemplating, the S word, ending my own life in Washington, D.C. And I found out about this meditation center in New Mexico called Upaya Zen Center. So I first went to live at the monastery and live at the meditation center for a year when I was 20 years old. So that was my starting point. Then I spent a few years working with people with disabilities, also eventually getting into construction and working with the elderly as well. And that led me to eventually leaving my life behind to go and live in monasteries all around the world, in Asia and India for years. So I'm not here to explain myself to anyone. I'm here to practice meditation. We're listening to Dharma talks. My recommendation is that you really go and you look at the channel and just the simple, talk about research. I've been live streaming my life for the past 8 years. So if you go to my YouTube channel and you sort the live streams, the videos by old, you'll have probably more information about me than my parents do and the life that I've been living, because they're Christian, they don't follow the Buddhism. So it's a really, there's a lot of rich information to get here, but you don't need to go and, Googling my email address or looking at my Reddit account to learn about me and who I am, because I've been sharing most of my life online, most of my adult life. So I encourage you to go and just see for yourself, and then you can make your own determinations about it, develop your own understanding about it. But I'm not here looking for money, and the long-term goals that we may or may not have are
money's going to find you if you're on the right, if you're doing
no need. There's no need for anybody to
intention.
find me. This is not a social media grift. This is not about how can I have more people here. Well, what I mean is that it's not about me reaching more people or finding more people or more people taking me seriously, because most people are not serious about Buddhism or the spiritual life. So even if I came across, I've been on stream with some of the most famous people in the world. Arguably the most famous black young man in the world interviewed me for 30 minutes on the Kai Cenat stream back when I was a monk. I've collaborated with million subscriber YouTube channels, Anthpo. I was on the Matan Evans podcast. And so all of that, actually has led to very little in terms of people connecting with me directly or reaching out to me, because most people just aren't interested in that aspect of life in America. They want to be successful in their business or whatever. So it's my practice and my work here is to leverage attention or energy or curiosity that people have, so that I can continue with my practice that was transmitted to be my master, Sayadaw Ashanottamantara from Myanmar, one of the well-known meditation masters in Myanmar, and I'm planning to go to Myanmar soon, possibly, to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly for all, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. So it's really kind of an unusual situation. Can even be kind of an anxiety-provoking situation. But it's very real. It's very kind of simple. There's not much airs that I'm putting on. This is my life, and I'm working to develop myself internally more than I'm working to develop myself externally. Otherwise, I would take on some kind of continuous persona and present myself as a bona fide spiritual teacher or something like that, whereas a lot of the times I present myself like a totally insane person. And some people aren't able to see through that veil because they think that there's a real ego. They think that there's a real true person in a real true story here. But what I try to create in this YouTube channel is an environment where actually we can go and see for ourselves what the senior monks, the meditation masters, these, kind of enlightened people around the world are saying, and we can listen to their teachings, not just my performances or my own practice. So I get it, people come from a Western background, and this is something that is not based in a Western mindset. And so there's a naturalness to see that as impossible. But of course, it's not impossible for China to be developing, cities, even third-tier cities that make our, New York City look like a joke. So it's something a little bit out of the ordinary. And I wish that more people would be able to say, everything isn't just, about like Donald Trump and politics and ego games, but there's actually a whole world out there that isn't based in my ego and the solid footing that I have about understanding things. So it's not just that people basically speak English, but they speak English and Chinese. It's a whole different culture. It's a whole different society. It's a whole different system of mentality that isn't something that you can just quote unquote understand. It'd probably be more easy for you to learn the language than it would be for you to understand the culture and the way of being and the way of mind that's so different from the American side of things. So, and that's also a weird thing, because if I'm doing, these live streams and I'm talking about, practice generosity, somebody send me some donations, etc. It's kind of unbelievable to think that, I'm not doing this for money, but spending those, most of my adult life as a Buddhist monk, not needing or using money in that way to support my life, it's something that's coming from a basis of experience, not an idea that I'm saying, I'm spiritual, I don't need money. There's a practical use for money, but I don't need to beg online for money because I have a community. If things didn't work out here in Vietnam or whatever, maybe I would go live at my teacher's monastery in California, or the new monastery that he's planning to make in Oregon. Or maybe I'd go and live at his monastery in Myanmar indefinitely, because his organization, they can process visas, year after year after year. And think about not needing that much money to live in Vietnam. You need much less money to live in Myanmar. And these are beautiful places. These are like spiritually protected places where negative, crazy Western people can't reach. So it's, I get it. It's kind of out of box and it's unusual, but there's a lot of things that are unusual, like Chinese people speaking Chinese, I guess, or not being based on American culture. So, I encourage you to go back and take some time to go and do your own research. If you want to get more involved with this, or you want to support this in some way, go and see who I am, see what my life has been about the past 8 years. And then, come back when you have some more information. I would encourage you not to go and talk with your group or your council or your advisors before you've taken the position to go and see for yourself, looking back at the eight years of live streaming and teaching and community work that I've been doing online, to get a better idea of actually what's going on here. And I'm not saying this just for you. This is an opportunity for me to speak to everyone. And I get it. We say, well, I don't, in the West, I don't really have much community. I'm angry. I have a lot of animosity in my heart. I have a lot of frustration. I like to fuck with people. I like to mess with people. And I have that inside of myself too. But this probably does not fit into the bounds of that people are used to in terms of engaging in that kind of way. You see what I'm saying? It's like the whole lolcow thing. Like, I'm a lolcow, people are messing with me, people are tricking me, people are making me think that things are real that aren't real. Yeah, but you're doing that or seeming to do that with somebody who was really a Buddhist monk for 8 years. So what is that? And then we say, well, being a Buddhist monk is just fake bullshit. It's just fake Asian bullshit. And in some sense, that's true from the American perspective. But on another side, it's very boilerplate clear that that's not what that is. That's just like a vague interpretation, you know, based on a very uncultured and unexperienced perspective.
Right.
So now you got to go to you got to learn about Buddhism to tackle, you know, why my identity is fallible and not true and not perfect. Anyways, man, I got to go, and I hope the best for you, Blake, and I'll talk to you soon.
Where you're coming.
Scary stuff. Scary, scary, scary stuff. Something's going on with my microphone here. I don't know what this is. Very scary. I know what to do. And I need you all to listen closely here and let me know if what's about to happen is an improvement or not. Okay? If this is an improvement or not on the audio quality. Wait a minute. Did it already change? Okay, how about turn this down a little bit. Would you call this an improvement in some way? If you're looking at the PC stream. Okay, how about this? How about this? How about that? How about that? Would you call that an improvement? You think that that's much better, huh? Sorry, Blake, I just got to protect my energy, man, because I've been getting a lot of weird calls from a lot of like tricky people and different things like that. So please just go and watch some of the content and learn a little bit more. And I'm happy to talk with you more, maybe off stream, privately. But there's just some things I have to protect my energy. I can only explain so much. A radio presenter. So some people are saying it's not that great, and some people are saying it's worse. Some people are saying it's better. So maybe, Blake, then you can explain to them what the situation is. Like I said, maybe go and do a little bit more deep research and go out and see for yourself. No, I know it sounds the same here, but it sounds different on the horizontal 4K live stream. No, I have to protect my energy. I mean, even when it comes to somebody wanting to collaborate with me, if someone wants to collaborate with me and their team wants to collaborate with me, you have to go and do your research. You have to go and take a little bit of responsibility to, to see that for yourself as much as you can. You know, and I apologize if I'm putting you in any inconvenience, but it is important. You know, you got to see it from my side, right? I don't know who you are. I've never seen you before. I've never talked with you before. I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know anything about your life. Whereas for me, you know, you can go and see, you know, I'm putting my entire life online. You know what I mean? So there's a lot that you can go and see and develop some understanding and some clarity about what I'm doing and what this is all about here. If that's what you want to do, and that's up to you. I don't have a desire for you to do anything. I have a desire for myself to let go of desire, which is a problem I'm trying to work on. Are you still here? Are you still here? Super and Suffer, and thank you Beardy McMahonface for the $20 donation. Super and Supper, are you still here? Okay, I'm glad that it's good now. I'm glad that it's a little bit clearer now. Okay, I apologize. All right, well, we're not doing a show about the audio quality. It was just something to take a look at, and we're gonna move on now. We're gonna move forward now. Should I lower it even more? Is this even better? Is this the best way to do it? Okay, so Super and Supper had an interesting, kind of insightful quip. Super and Supper said, Dr. Rob, it's only for the sake of your listeners that I ask you to explain why you identify yourself as a non-Arahat. You can't be vague about being a Sotapanna, but very clear about being a non-Arahat. Well, I have to refer back to Ajahn Sumedho. You know what I mean? I have to refer back to the clear teachings from Ajahn Sumedho when he says that nobody becomes a Sotapanna. Ajahn Sumedho can't be an Arahat. So that's why my name is Dr. Rob, because DR, right? Designated representative for the being known as Rob. And Blake, I mean, this is the way that we usually do it here. I start to trust people when they show up regularly, they practice regularly, they listen regularly, or they reach out and make donations without an expectation. So the generosity without expectation is what I look for in others in terms of trust. I've had a lot of weird white guys, no offense, Blake, but I've had a lot of weird white guys reach out to me and try to blow smoke up my ass and tell me I'm so great, I'm such a great teacher, you're so right about all these things, I want to support you, I want you to help come and help and make me build a meditation center in Thailand, and I want you to be my teacher. And then I say, all right, I'm willing to work with you, I'm willing to talk with you. One of the things that we do here is some people make a commitment to make a monthly donation to support my livelihood and my bills. And then they say, okay, no problem, I can do that. And then they send me $8 on Cash App. So I don't have the time and the energy for people in that kind of mind space. If you want to donate and to support this work, then you can just do it. If you don't want to do that, then just don't do that. No big deal. No skin off my back. Okay. Unite and create for life. That's an interesting message to send with someone with that username. Very interesting. No money, no problems. Wow, this is a really difficult time. This is a very difficult time, actually, for me and my energy and I've got to really think about this kind of situation. Vaughn, wah, 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 wah.
Got some top
from this stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the stove, you know how it goes, she wanna smoke. So I bought some dope and took her to the O, just got some top from this stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, bought a Glock with a ruler pip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the stove, you know how it goes, she wanna smoke. So I bought some dope and took her to the O. We in the car, she don't live for that bro. She left her person, I ain't tripping. You know Vonna player, we can go there first. I busted you, put her up the spot. She live by the park, I'm getting dark. I go on the lap, I'm just thinking smart. Out, she switching the shit. This big thick as shit, she got 2 minutes. If she ain't back out, then she gon' need a lift. She left her phone, so I picked it up. This up, although it's but down 9 missed calls. 3 of them from mom, other 6 they duck. Who the fuck is duck? Is it pulling up? Someone hopped out, a big goofy nigga. He's just trying to look tough. I'm like, what he trying to do? So I clutched my move, but he kept walking. He don't want no smoke, boy, he not bulletproof. Just got some top from this stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the stove, you know how it goes, she wanna smoke. So I bought some dope and took her to the O. Just got some top from this stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the stove, you know how it goes, she wanna smoke. So I bought some dope and took her to the O. She get to stepping back, then I hear smack. This boy, he pulling the tracks, I wanna help, but this ain't my hoe. You know how it goes, long on the cake. I still got her phone, she taking too long, she getting loose. She run to my car, so I hit the lock, start the phone. Bitch, you on your own, but here come Goofy. He hollering and shit, yelling about a bitch, picked up a brick. He merged it on brick, threw it at my whip. I'm like shit, I hop out so quick that then I raise my blick and I don't miss. I let off 2 shots, I hit him in his shit. Now Vom think quick, what you finna do? Cause this gon' make the news, gon' make your moves. Told that bitch get in, cause she looking confused. Broke the rules, cause this bitch a witness, plus a top of the dude. He ain't crying, plus his hoe was smiling, and this bitch look cute. Flat out, I'm checking my mirrors, made it to the house, told her hop out. She said that she hungry, I'm not back, no doubt. I know you mad, cause I smoked your man. Let him on the curb, she start laughing. She said, he from 63rd, just got some top from this stripper bitch. She from Kankakee, just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the stove, you know how it goes, she wanna smoke. So I bought some dope and took her to the O. From this stripper bitch, she from Kankakee, just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me, this bitch a hoe. Met her at the stove, you know how it goes, you wanna smoke. Bought some dope and took her to the O. I took her to, what? Took her to the O. What? You know how it go. What? This shit ain't for show. I blow. Yeah, took her to the O. DJ on the beat, so it's banger. You know how it go. What the flow? I've got that water flow. Water flow. Don't talk about it, just do it. And doing it in small ways helps us do it in big ways. To let go of doing it in any way at all. And to attain to non-doing, which there's no greater generosity than the way of non-doing. The beauty of non-doing. So if you want to send 10K, why don't you start off with 1K? All right? Let's not put the carriage in front of the horse, all right? Or $1 or $10, you know what I mean? Whatever you want to do, it's up to you. I'm not a salesman. May I become rich so that I can give to the poor. And, you know, this is the great the greatest gift of giving, of course, and now we're getting into really the Buddhist world, which I know that a lot of people are not. It's very outside the American mindset, but the greatest generosity that can be given is the generosity of the Dhamma, the teachings on ending suffering, the teachings on relax and release the whole body and mind. So we can practice meditation together in this way. Don't get it confused. Yeah, of course, non-duality nonsense. That's why the situation is such in the modern world, because in America, there's not mind training technology. The science of stopping thoughts or reducing thoughts so that real thoughts, deep thoughts, practical thoughts, skillful thoughts can take place isn't there. So people get corrupted. They get very, very deeply corrupted and confused. And then we worship those people who, are more confused than we are, just as normal people. And if people form a parasocial bond with me for whatever reason, and that can help those people connect with the Dharma, great. Then I'm doing my job. Then I'm doing what I'm here to do.
Scooch, strong talk, whiz up, yeah. Hey, you get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Straight up the lot, 300 cash, and the car came with a blood in it. Lil' mama a thot, and she got ass, and she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, dropping the dope in the stash. In Italy, got too foreign hoes, they DM me. Drive the top when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, just be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast. They say the dope on fleek. Percocet pill on me. I told my nigga, baby, chill with me. The niggas that fucked in the back don't say nothing, them niggas are kill for me. Back as I can on my sleep, on fleek. 100K spit on that patty for lead. Bitch, I'm a dog in my tree. Hop out the frog and leave. I put them bricks in the fender. My bitch, she walk around like she Kris Jenner. I used to break in the ammo. They take up running like the game of Temple. It's simple, I play with a mantle. Mama said she saw me on Jimmy Kimmel. Canada, cause I'm a money symbol. Walking with the rats, I'm looking crippled. Fuck on that bitch, then I temple. A nickel for me to take pictures. Not from LA, but I clip em. Double my cup or a triple. Pass on my body, no biblical. I'm not your average or typical. Look at my wrist and it's critical. Hold it up, dropping the temperature. I get that bag on the regular. I got a bag on my cellular. Back in the bag of them vegetables. Back of them cookies, it's medical. Cocaine, codeine, etc. Cocaine and lean is federal. I take up land in a nebula. As a net when it ends on my schedule. You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Straight out the lot, 300 cash, and the car came with a blood in it. Lil' mama a thot, and she got ass, and she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, dropping the dope in the stash. In Italy, got too foreign hoes, they DM me. Drive the top when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, just be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast. They say the dope on fleek. I know that these niggas get sick of me. They chest on my neck cause a meal a piece. I don't even like to freestyle for free. I put in the key and I ride the beat. I don't even come out the house for free. I pay a nigga to drive for me. Jay-Z couldn't even go sign for me. I do what I want cause I'm signed to me. I get the bag. They get the bag, have to cut it in half. Stop the comparing, y'all making me laugh. Need to rehab, I'm addicted to cash. Convertible walk, convertible top. My dope got a vertical, look at that how. And it jump out the pot. Came out the jet and went straight to the top. Take it easy, baby. Middle of summer, I'm freezing, baby. Don't leave me, baby. Just drop to your knees and please me, baby. I'm fascinated. Two bitches so fine that I masturbated. Congratulations. She burned me so good that I graduated. They had to hate it. I don't don't fuck with them niggas, they plastic, baby. A trapper, baby. I rap, but I own all my masters, baby. It's treasure, baby. I pull up and fuck up the traffic, baby. A savage, baby. I'm killing these niggas, close casket, baby. You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Straight out the lot, 300 cash, and the car came with a blunt in it. Lil' mama a thot, and she got ass, and she gon' fuck up her bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, dropping the dope in the stash. In Italy, got too far, hoes they DM me. Drop the top, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, just be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast, eat it up. They say the dope on fleek, yeah.
I try to make the next motherfucking scene up there. Fucking Shmurda Shmurda.
Jungle Beats, at me.
And chew me on some hot nigga. Like I told Tish, I see when I shot niggas. Like you seen him twirl, then he drop, nigga. And we keep the mind millies on my block, nigga. And Monte keep it on him, he done drop niggas. And he be wildin', he some hot nigga. Tones known to get busy with some clocks, nigga. Try to run down and you can catch a shot, nigga. Running through these checks till I pass out. And shorty give me neck till I pass out. I swear to God, all I do is cash out. And if you ain't a hoe, get up on my tripod. I've been selling classes like the 5th grade. Really never made no difference with the shit made. Jaja told me flip them packs and how to maintain. Get that money back and spend it on the same thing. Shorty like the way that I ball out, ball out. I be getting money time fall out, fall out. You talking cash, dog, I goes all out, all out. Shorty love the way that I flow side. Frequency to let my dogs out. Mama said no pussy cats inside my dog house. That's what got my daddy locked up in the dog pound. Free stand on them, let all of my dogs out. We gon' pull up in that pussy like we cops on them. With them 16s, we gon' put some shots on them. I send a little dot, I send a drop on them. She gon' call me up and I'ma sit the highs on them. Grammy Savage, that's what we are. Grammy shooters dressed in G-Star. GS9, I go so hard. But GS for my gun squad. And bitch, if it's a problem, we gon' gun brawl. Shots popping out the AR. I'm with Trigger, I'm with Rasha, I'm with A-Raw. Broad daylight and we gon' let them things block. Tell them niggas free me, yo. Subway, free Breezy, yo. And tell my niggas murder team, yo. Bitch, caught about a week ago. Fuck with us and then we tweaking, ho. Run up on that nigga, get the squeezing, ho. Everybody catching bullet holes. Niggas got me on my bully, yo. I'ma run up, put that gun on them. I'ma run up, go dumb on them. Niggas got me on that young shit. Got me on that go dumb shit. Got me on that go dumb shit, man. Trap mode in this motherfucker. Hotter than a bitch. Hey, yo, pull up. I need some more drinks.
Oh, fantastic. Sorry I missed your little chat there, Supper Sup.
Mama told me, not a sin word. Mama 17, 5, same color t-shirt. White mama told me, hey, let the sound work. Mama 17.5, same color t-shirt. Young nigga poppin' with a pocket full of cabbage. Hey, whoa, chemo, savage, chopper, aiming, bitch, nugget. Had to call the addict, then the top, I had to chop it. Niggas pocket watching, so I gotta keep the rocket. Water, faucet, water, market, birds, market. And pint, stocking, next, keep batting. Wrist on hockey, wrist on rocky. Lot of niggas copy, Name someone can stop me, no one. Bitches call me Poppy, bitch. Sachi, that's my hobby. Got it on a mallet, pocket rocket from a wallet. One off in the chamber, ain't no need for me to cock it. Niggas get the dropping, when that Draco get the popping. All I want is cottage, roll up, cigar full of broccoli. Cookie, no check, one off cash, nigga. I don't do deposits. Bitches cross the border, nigga. Bitches from the tropics. I'ma get that bag, nigga. Ain't no doubt about it. Yeah, I'ma feed my family, nigga. Ain't no way around it. Family ain't gon' never let up, nigga. Got that show my talent, sure. Young nigga with the hammer, working with the hammer. Talking country grammar, nigga. Straight out North Atlanta. Young nigga poppin' with a pocket full of cottage.
Okay, so we have another interesting comment from Super and Supper, kind of a esoteric question. And Super and Supper says, Dr. Rob, it's confusing when you bring up the story of how you missed out on becoming an Arhat in the Mahakumbhala. Why did you put it like that? What do you really mean by saying that? Well, fundamentally, I don't know, right? I don't know what happened in the Mahakumbhala. It wasn't just at the Mahakumbhala, it was before, it was after, and going through these deep upheavals of mind and self. But I got to this point where it was like, and I was multiple times getting to this point where it was like I was gonna die. And at one point I was sitting there in like this total isolation and blackness, and just felt such deep and profound suffering, and this deep want for that suffering to end. And then it was like I had the choice to just completely give into that and die, literally, or, you know, to go and try and let go and heal and kind of continue and relax and let go. So that, you know, that was the experience that I went through. Part of my understanding of that, like becoming an Arhat or becoming a Sammasambuddha, is this like sitting with this resolve to not stop sitting until either suffering ends or you're free or you die. And it felt like I had mentally gotten myself into that position, but you know, I just wanted it to end, you know, so I got up and let go. But it was like a wrathful experience that I was having, like a compulsive rain of wrath that was going through me and continuously going on me and in me. And I don't know, I see a truth in that in terms of the transcendental nature of like being a Sotapanna or being enlightened, that it's not someone who can be enlightened, because there's not actually someone, there's not a self to begin with. And the realization of non-self is a realization of non-realization of all things, right? So the differentiation between things, higher and lower things, black and white, right and wrong, good and bad, up and down, etc., totally disappears or is renounced instantaneously in the present now. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you could have somebody who was very, very firm, very, very confident, and had all the information and all the experiences apparently to verify that they were a Sotapanna. And as long as their life conditionally continued in the way that they were used to, then they could hold on to that position because it made sense. But the moment that they were challenged in the way that the Buddha challenged himself, they would go back to self-reification and perpetuating in this cycle. with self-identity, self-reactivity, etc. So I see that enlightenment and these stages and states more as a transcendental system for being in community. Okay, Beardy McMahonface says, is generosity linked to monetary wealth? Do you believe how much you give? Do you believe you much you give to truly receive? Don't mean to change the subject, it just came to mind. So generosity is based in value. So there are these deep things inside of us, these memories, these traumas, these attachments, these addictions, these ways of thinking about ourselves, these ways of thinking about the world that are very, very deeply seated. And they're able to be deeply seated that way because there's a valuation or there's a contraction point, right? And so the practice of Zen or non-duality is to turn all contraction points into, to break all contraction points by seeing through contradiction or duality. So when it comes to practicing generosity as a normal person who's concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, practicing generosity in a spiritual way, it's very much based on the degree to which you have an attachment around something and then you give that up. So all of us as human beings have a very strong and deep attachment to the body and the mind. That's why a step up from being a donor would be to be a volunteer. Because to volunteer, you have to give your whole body and mind to something that's not about yourself. And if you're looking at it in terms of money, then it's the difference between a Myanmar family that live in a bamboo shack and, just get by with food every day, putting $5 or the equivalent of that in their currency into a monk's bowl, when they know that that monk is probably better well-fed and has more resources than they do. And that action of detachment or renunciation or giving away versus an American that's, has a bunch of money, has a well-paying job, all this stuff, and then puts $5 in the monk's bowl. So one is kind of like an exemplar action and practice of giving up and giving away and letting go. And the other is just kind of a superficial afterthought of being kind, helping somebody out, or participating in giving. So it's not actually related to the monetary value. It's related to the attachment or contraction value. That's why, this volunteering and donating and even meditating is all in this sphere of doing good deeds, doing meritorious activities, following precepts. And then Sayadaw would say that the greatest good deed is to practice meditation. So the greatest generosity thereby is to give up your body and mind in sincere meditation. And you always want to play these things as simply as possible. So if you like coffee, if you like having a house, if you like the things that you have to pay your bills for, and you can't pay your bills for with art or clothing or other things that you yourself created, but most of the value that you give is to these basic necessities that you have, then just give money or give what you use to pay your bills. So for example, if you had art or clothing or other things that was like your specialty and that's how you paid your bills, then giving that away might be this action of generosity. But what you have to watch out for in this giving is this idea of you helping others. So for example, you might have, there's big self-help communities online for young men. So you might have a group of young men that have very little worldly experience, are basically tormented by their thoughts and constantly trying to avoid their thoughts and themselves all day, every day long. But their way of doing good deeds or helping or practicing generosity would be to just sit around in a circle and give advice to each other. And that would probably be much more aligned with an ego, perpetuating the ego and self-interest the value of you being seen and heard and listened to by somebody versus giving away your time and energy to volunteer at a dog shelter, etc. But there's a difference, right? If you're giving concerned with just giving, or your family or people that you like, versus giving concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Just like if we were on the path to enlightenment or healing that which was thought of as incurable up to this present moment, then practicing generosity and volunteering at an animal shelter would probably have less efficacy in terms of spiritual development and blessings, because blessings in this way of like being more free of suffering, getting enlightenment, more wisdom, more compassion, than volunteering at a very active Buddhist temple or meditation center where there's monks and nuns or even, enlightened individuals there. So there's a worldly generosity and then there's a spiritual generosity. The worldly generosity is primarily about helping people, and that seems to be a dead-end street, sadly. Versus a spiritual generosity, which is about renunciation and detachment. So the volunteering or the generosity concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, or the tradition of enlightening or ending suffering, right, is directly correlated with mindfulness and detachment and enlightenment and nibbana. So it can very well be said that the way that I'm practicing is dangerous, but to be alive is dangerous. So if you're going to be alive, you're already in danger. So try to give, try to sacrifice yourself, try to be open, try to be vulnerable. We learn a lot through our vulnerability. We learn very little when we just stay in our corner and stay with our little group of sycophantic, fiending, ego-worshipping fiends, friend group. We learn a lot more when we're challenged. Of course, supper, of course. But there's total practicality, and there's total absolutism, and there's total interbeing and inter kind of flow of that total absolute and total relative, right? So there's a Zen saying about this, in the darkness there is light, but do not confuse it as light. In the light there is darkness, but do not confuse it as darkness. And so this is also the Zen teaching about it's moderately easy and simple to realize awareness, but to gain discernment, to be a bodhisattva, to help others to have this deep understanding of causal relations is exceedingly difficult. And I think that this difficulty is largely misrepresented or ignored entirely when it comes to people like Angelo Delulu or Alexis Non-Duality, or people in this kind of non-duality spiritual sphere. And hey, nobody here is more against like spiritual people and spiritual idiots than me. But we can't just put all Western, like crystal bearing, enlightenment talking, kind of losers in with Buddhism and monasticism and meditative life and self-introspection, etc. Nobody here. I'm the greatest warrior against spiritual, fake ego, spiritual losers that are always using fancy words to make up a bunch of bullshit. I'm way more against that than anybody else here in that way. Right? Well, it's a step by step, Travis. Step by step. We need to be in a hurry to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. We don't need to be in a hurry to gather up spiritual information or gather up wisdom. Wisdom is a side effect of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly. And that limitlessly is kind of what contains the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, or vice versa. No, I'm not a spiritual loser. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. Yeah, but it's a self-fixated integration, so it's very, very limited. It's more of like a faux Theravada or faux renunciate integration versus the more practical and exponentially more valuable and powerful Buddha realization or Bodhisattva realization of, learning from others, not just learning from ourselves. Which people complain about, kind of rightfully so, about the selfishness of just meditating for yourself, or the selfishness of just practicing the Dharma, listening to the Dharma talks for yourself. Well, you won't be able to hurry, Travis, because there won't be time. So even you hurrying wouldn't be you hurrying. But that's not so much trusting yourself as a cultivator as detaching from yourself entirely. But in the meantime, what we do is we take refuge in the greater masters than us. So like I'm thinking about you and Sayadaw Otamatara. I'm thinking about you being able to see him and receive that energy and that impossibility of hurrying, all the while, limitlessly working hard, doing all kinds of different things all over the world, not sleeping, not eating very little, sleeping very little. And that's one of those things that also maybe the trolls or people like that don't understand. It's a part of my practice, and actually I should be a lot better at it than I am. But I'm kind of a little bit more protective of myself than my teacher is. And just the dynamics of how somebody can be here without actually having to be here, and how that can allow people to put on these ridiculous masks. Where you'll see my teacher, staying up until 3 a.m., 4 a.m., listening to nuns or crazy people or just random people just ramble on and on about their problems and their ideas and what they want to do and what they want to develop. And it's never going to go anywhere, but he will sit there and practice mindfulness and detachment with them limitlessly. Yeah, so apparently in the Mahayana, I haven't been able to find any source material for this, but apparently in the Mahayana, they consider, they call Sotapanna, or it can be called first stage Arahat. So in the Mahayana, the first 4 stages are just Arahat stages, and then you go into the 9 bhumis, the Bodhisattva bhumis. You know, for the trolls out there, go and watch my interview with Kai Cenat. You know, go and watch my podcast episode with Matan Evans. Go and watch the Can I Get a Monk to Crash a Party on Anthpo's channel. You know, Anthpo's got millions of subscribers. And Matan does too. And of course, Kai Cenat is like one of the most famous people in the world. It's quite an accessible place to start. I've been meaning to download those videos and then put them up on my own channel. My fingernails aren't full of poop because I use a bidet. I use a bum gun. Yeah, and the Pay Money Wubby stream as well. I was on with Pay Money Wubby. And I was also on with iShowSpeed. And I was also on with Aiden Ross. But those were just very short appearances. Aiden Ross said he was going to donate to me, but he never did. So if anybody's got a contacts for Aiden Ross, he owes me some money. My thoughts on Christianity, Christ, and God are non-existent because I'm a Buddhist. So I don't think about Christianity or Christ or God. And I would highly recommend anybody around the world, I would highly recommend that you get a bidet, or I prefer a bum gun. And you'll get a lot cleaner, and you'll get a much more full release by using these devices. You know how sometimes you have to use the toilet, maybe you're busy, maybe you're doing something, maybe you've had a hot meal and you're at work, and you can't just take a toilet break. And, you know, you kind of get halfway through and clearly there's still more business to be done. A bum gun will take care of that, it'll clean you out. Howard Stern has talked about this. You know, and probably a good bidet will do that too. I remember Howard Stern talking about that, how he gives himself kind of like a colonic with his bidet, mini colonic. Well, you have the capacity. So my teacher told a story once about how when he's like really working hard, and I think he used to do this more in his past, he would spend like a week to 2 weeks basically not sleeping, and of course always eating very little. He's so skinny. And eventually he would get sick from that. Like the brain would have something going on. And then he would have to like rest for 2 days, and then he could go and do it again. He's a dangerous guy. That's why for the trolls, I mean, I tell the trolls, you know, you come and, you know, do your worst and everything, but, you know, spiritually and mentally and all that, be careful what you're playing with. Not in terms of I want anything bad to happen to you. I'm just telling you from my experience, be careful. When someone's really good and trying to help others and trying to be honest and like trying to be a real person in their own way, which doesn't just fit, you know, what do you think you're doing out there in Vietnam? Come back to America and get a construction job. I mean, that's something else entirely, right? But and has trained their mind, you know, you can bring a lot of negativity into your life that way. And if somebody is going to come over here and beat me up or, you know, skin me alive or something, or torture me or something, okay, you know, come and do it. But I would say mentally, you know, be careful with that. I'm not saying that as like I'm a warlock. I am in cahoots with Beelzebub, the Michelangelo of light, and I will send entities. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm just saying at a human level, at a heart level, at a mind level, it's not a good thing to do. You know? We get back what we do. And if somebody actually cares about, like anybody who calls in, I care about them. I don't care if they're putting on an act or they're bullshitting or they want to troll me or they're just telling a little bit of a story. They're still a human being regardless of how they appear. So of course I care. I mean, why wouldn't I care? I would want that person to live a happy, healthy life. You know, but yeah, I have a certain tolerance for what I can take in and what I can deal with. Well, thank you. And I don't want anything but good for anybody else either. I don't need anybody's money. Keep your money. Nobody ever donate to me again, please. It's okay. I mean, it's totally fine. I'll get a job as an English teacher and stop live streaming and putting myself out there for all these trolls and all these, you know, kind of weird entities and energies that come towards me. I'll be much better off. Go to Myanmar. You want to go to live in Myanmar, honey? We go to live in Myanmar? Yeah, we'll go to live in Myanmar tomorrow. Won't have access to internet, teach English to the novice monks and to the orphans and things. My life will be much, much better. We'll go today. As long as we get our visa, you know, go and get the visas. Or go to Nepal. I want to go to Nepal.
Now the Sarah in the past that Myanmar, right?
Yeah.
So now the group have not the visa go to the Myanmar.
The program for making the visas, right?
Yeah. Vietnam have the group that must go to the Myanmar.
Well, maybe we do it just in case if we want to go.
Yeah, I can do.
Good idea, right?
I was sometime my visa to Myanmar.
Okay. But it's maybe dangerous. It's dangerous in Myanmar. We might die.
Yeah.
We might get a bomb. They might send the bomb.
So wow, right?
Yeah.
Can go this okay.
But he go to Naypyidaw.
Oh, they will.
Waso in Naypyidaw.
It's okay. But Saya let my friend to stay in the Harbor Center.
Yeah. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay now.
Calm down now. Yeah. So we'll go. I mean, it's not like I live in Vietnam. I'm doing my YouTube live streams. I'm gonna leave my life. We'll go. You know, my visa runs out here in Vietnam. We'll go to Nepal and we'll go stay nearby the mountains in Nepal for a little bit, and then we'll go to Myanmar and live there indefinitely. You know, whatever. It's not a big deal to me to let go. It's joyful. It's wonderful to let go. And now I have my partner with here. You know, I'll be honest, some of the energies that I receive from people here, I would worry someone's going to come and try and, you know, kidnap my wife or something. I know that's ridiculous, but that's the kind of energies that people do bring here, you know, to these live streams, and the vulnerability that I create in myself, because there's a lot of psychopathic, crazy people out there. And no, me acting like a crazy fool and saying crazy things is not the same as being a psychopath and wanting to go and harm people or do negative things to people. I don't want to do negative things to anybody. I don't want negative things to happen to anybody. Here, Hung, come here for a sec. Someone asked how you doing today, so please come, just move over a little bit and say hello. You okay today?
Yes.
You happy today?
Yes, very good today.
Okay.
Stay at home and with my sister, and I do in the job, a little job, and what to have honey a little first, and enjoy little cleaning my little bit.
And the Buddha here?
Sure, the Buddha here, and Buddha there.
We also have little altar, just a
This
little
is
altar
Sayadaw
here.
give me. Sayadaw Uttama give me that. right? Buddha, right? Sayadaw Gautama give me and give me is the Buddha, the golden Buddha, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Nick.
Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hello.
And that's the other thing about the anti-religion ploy, right? So atheist people, sometimes they're intellectuals or they're well-minded or they're bad-minded, whatever. But like, if only we got rid of religion. Okay, well, capitalism is a religion. The habit energies of the way that you live your life are an internal religion. The religion of greed and anger and delusion and exploitation and racism, sexism, childism, ableism, speciesism, environmentalism. So, these people are just like, they're just making up nonsense. If only we could get a way of religion, I could keep enjoying driving my car to work and living at my house, and everything would be great. Buddhism is kind of not even a religion according to the Western definitions of the word. I know that I probably shouldn't do this, but that person who called in, who said they wanted to donate $10,000, now they're sending me screenshots of them with a $199 donation, clicking go to purchase and showing me that it won't send. I don't want $199. You said you wanted to give $2,000. The least you could give is $500. It's like, what are you talking about? So now we're going from me and my group want to give you $10,000 to here's $2 so you know that I'm serious. And like I said, it's not a money thing. If I call my teacher, my master, who's got more than 100 meditation centers all over the world, he'll pay for our visas, or the hundreds of people that I know who in Asia, not even Western people, who if I needed support, would help me to get a ticket and help me to get a visa to go over to Myanmar, to join the retreat and to live there indefinitely. And I'll just call my teacher and say, teacher, the whole spiritual teacher grift didn't work out. Can you help me? And there wouldn't even be a question about it. No, I know that, and I feel tons of support from people. I don't just want to say, haha, trolls, I see right through you, or whatever. But I want to give clarification for people to bring this back to just like a human level of, that I have a capacity to be honest, and other people have a capacity to be honest too. And it doesn't need to be this weird, like, ego game all the time. Childism is just racism or sexism or feminism or civil rights movement for children. That's all that it is. So it's like seeing children as a group for systematic discrimination and prejudice. And it's good stuff. Just like racism is good stuff, sexism is good stuff, childism is good stuff too. Speciesism is good stuff too. So or ableism is good stuff too. It's like people with disabilities can't self-direct their lives because they have differing abilities to other people. Or that it's okay for us to mass genocide animals because they're not human. then actually it's not okay, but it's that prejudice, it's that prejudgment that allows us to do that. And this is what creates a society that's so easy to abuse children or force children to go into education systems that they don't have any consent about. You know, okay, yeah, you want to send kids to kindergarten or elementary school, give them a basic education. Okay, it's a great idea, especially if it's a good school. But once we're talking about like middle school and high school, like when you're 14 years old, and maybe you were actually raised with parents and a family and a community where you're an individual, and you can't say, hey, actually, this is not what I want to do with my life. It's not right. Shout out to Trav. Thank you, Trav, for the 20 Australian dollary dues. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely conserve if you can. Conserve water, conserve energy. And also, I love laughter. I love a good gaffe. I mean, let me show you one of my favorite. I mean, see, this is something that I can't blame on the trolls or the people like that. And it's just fun to talk about people who are a little bit, you know, confrontational and want to share and kind of mess around and be strong. I can't blame it all on them because the state of American comedy and global comedy, as far as I can see, is in a disaster. You know what I mean? Here, I'll show you. So this is somebody who I like a lot. Here.
Look at all these fucking slugs.
Hold on. Uh-oh, I doxed myself. I doxed my PayPal donation link. This is funny stuff.
Look at all these fucking slugs. Everyone's a fucking idiot but me. Slugs making consumer choices thinking it's freedom. They don't even know.
And yes, I get the parallels. Sorry. I get the parallels. I get the irony in this, but this is not what I'm saying. And I don't say that to people. We're listening to Dharma talks. We're talking about deep Buddhism. We're talking about mindfulness and detachment. We're talking about non-duality and enlightenment. And the biggest slugs out there for me are the fake, you know, kind of pseudo-spiritual people that just give themselves this spiritual position and say, oh, I'm enlightened, everything's this way, everything's that way. I'm not doing that. I don't say that. You know, I've got tons of work to do, and I'm just trying to live and enjoy my life and be a good person and connect with people and have a good time as well. And anybody who actually watches me closely can see that. You know, like look at my Shiva. You know, Shiva's a dumb idiot. You know, Shiva's a total loon case. He's manic. He's going through mania right now. He's all messed up. And I just go and I fuck with him. I mean, come on, everybody. The trolls saying, you're such a freak. You're such a freak. I've got my own freak I'm fucking around with. So we can share in that. I'm always looking at Shiva and telling him how fucking stupid he is and how he's a beggar and now he's a freak. And now you're coming towards me acting like you cornered me, you got me in a box? Come on. Give me a fucking break.
I'm really fucking smart. I see what's fucking going on. I'm a genius on different levels, different types of scientific, political levels.
This is hilarious.
I can't be fooled with your politics and your laws. I see through them into the real reality.
Mindless slugs addicted to shit. Paying money to buy poisons. Eating shit I would never fucking touch.
It's great, you know.
It's just kind of nuts. Everybody's running around. There you go. Is it every year gets crazier and crazier, right? And they're all slugs, but you and me. You're a slug. You're a slug walking around begging for slime, for sugar. You see how everybody here is like a slug, right? Yeah.
So good.
You see it. You understand.
And the levity and the lightness.
Accountable with your laws.
It's also so the caricature that he's playing here as well is like it's an impossible caricature of ignorance and self-superiority. But it's also it's playful. You know what I mean? And he's embarrassing himself through that as well. So it's it's playful. But if people are showing up, they're asking about me, well, yeah, I'm going to share kind of some explanation as far as I can see it. But I'm primarily looking at, the mindfulness, the detachment, the virtue, just being a good fucking person, being kind and actually sharing with people and listening to people and being vulnerable with yourself, and being real. I mean, some of the real nutcases have said, this guy's like the King Cobra JFS, this guy's totally disassociated. He's not aware of himself at all. Well, let's take King Cobra JFS and put him into a monastery for 8 years. Maybe he wouldn't be dead, because he was tortured to death by these horrible people. I've already been tortured to the brink of death by my meditation masters, Sayadaw Uttamatara, as far as I'm concerned. Many times.
What?
Jacket. It's cool.
I know you're slug.
What?
Thanks. I got it's the motorcycle jacket.
Oh.
You like motorcycle? Have you seen motorcycles?
I've seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ride one?
I will hope to. I hope to one day have enough money to be riding on a motorcycle. I hope to one day doing that.
I hope
Yeah.
that for you too. That's very cool.
You shopping?
Yeah. I'm shopping. I'd like to. I have to just kind of walk too.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck to you.
Okay.
So one element of this as well is we all put on masks. We all play characters. We all take on different identities. The Buddhist idea is that there's not a real identity there. And of course, it's hard to grasp from an ego's perspective, but from the perspective of awareness, which you have to kind of be virtuous to be able to let go of yourself. Otherwise, you're just always trapped in your traumas. You're always trapped in your angers. You're always trapped in your fears. You're always trapped in your complicated story about yourself because you can't rest in virtue. So like him doing this right here is probably fine because even if he's still playing that character, he doesn't necessarily want to hurt that person. You know what I mean? And we all play characters anyway. So you could even see it from like the view of being a bodhisattva.
Females are an electric light in the life of men. Satin red dress, perfume in the air, smiles. Close touch of a female can soothe the most wild beast.
How can you run away from where you are? Like you can't run away from yourself. And meditation is precisely the opposite of that. You can't run away. And that's the confusion of the ego, where you think what's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. That somehow meditating could be avoiding yourself. When meditation at its core is taking away all of the things that help you distract yourself. You see what I'm saying? Real meditation, Not chakra bowls and Reiki healing and this kind of bullshit. But But if something helps somebody feel better, then that's okay too.
Into the mind of loneliness, spraying lonely blood all over the wall of regret.
And right there's a situation where you thought that he got her, but actually she got you because she's an actress. So it all happens very, very quickly. And that's true, non-duality nonsense, it can. That's why we have to exert ourselves. But what some people are doing is taking on this position of like, I'm going to punish or I'm going to get that person. But there's not really anybody to get. It's like trying to hold space or grab space. It's like trying to find yourself inside of yourself. Where is it? Where is yourself? And then you say, well, it's the thoughts that I have. Who has those thoughts? Who owns those thoughts?
Sometimes when everything's feeling like it's gonna go away, an awesome date night can change everything. But of course, that's all fucking bullshit. You can't trust anyone or anything. It'll always fucking let you down in the end. I don't feel pain. I don't feel pleasure. Of course, why did I ever trust females to begin with? They only want to stop you from being happy. I see what's fucking going on. They don't even know. Look at all these fucking slugs. Everyone's a fucking idiot but me.
And then it turns it back on the people who were the ones saying, it turns it back on the original people that were the ones saying that everybody was a slug. So it's multi-layered, right? Because at the beginning, those people that think everyone is a slug are identifying with him, making fun of those people who think everyone is a slug. And then it goes through this process, of course, the process of you thinking that was a real woman, that he was getting her, but actually he was getting you. He was making fun of these people that justify their anger and their hatred and their kind of righteous betterness than other people. And then, take their weapon and go to cause harm. So it's quite deep. And that's what comedy takes. Comedy is supposed to be revelatory in nature. It's not just supposed to be just some stupid commentary about trans people. I mean, honestly, if the whole idea is that, we're sick of hearing about trans people and what they want and what they think, then why is the comedy about that? You know what I mean? Why don't we make the comedy about something better than that? More interesting than that? A washed up Dave Chappelle. This is a good one too.
I need your help. Come on. I gotta go get some vitamin C. Got a lot of stuff to get off the list today. Come on.
Cultivate positive emotions. Like joy, kindness, happiness, forgiveness, patience. This is what a
yourself, like I said, descriptions down below.
This is what a real troll looks like.
So hike happy with a Yeti cooler.
Not some kind of weird, toxic, crazy person with a shotgun who says they're gonna.
With my angels. Can you believe you could be living like this? But instead, you gotta go to Target
I'm outside of time. I'm outside of currency.
So this is the troll that trolls the trolls. So viewer discretion is advised, trolls. You might find that this is a little bit too much.
Never have a family.
You okay?
He's dead.
Corey.
I'm the personification of I don't give a fuck. If you think you know me, you got no idea.
Very good.
Okay, Corey. Get up, get up.
Very good.
Hey.
What?
Take it easy.
What's
Take
the
a
matter?
breath.
I love Conor O'Malley. I'm more in line with Conor O'Malley than you are. Much bigger Conor O'Malley fan than you are. I can tell you that right now.
I need you to be a partner. And all the energy is spent on, are you okay? Are you taking care of yourself? I have to be a person for you. I need you to be present. You can't be a ghost.
Top 10 Vegas tips.
Pawn Stars cast member Corey Harrison arrested
Outside of time, if you're watching this and you're not here, you're a fucking loser,
I've watched all this stuff.
Come on. I'm gonna go away for a couple of days. Really? Yes. I know, like, biologically how to have sex, right?
Yeah.
I have to get stronger. I'm gonna produce, you're gonna sing. Stop. I got your heart racing, let's get tight jeans in the teenage dream tonight.
So he's seeing this, he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know who this is or what's going on.
Have you seen this guy walking around here at all? Have you seen him?
No,
Have you guys seen him?
It looks like you, bro.
I know, it looks exactly like me. And he says, my name's Corey, and he says that his name is Corey. I'm gonna fucking go nuts. I gotta fucking find this guy. No, I know, and he's been posting videos as me. He looks just like you. I know, he looks exactly like me, and he's posting fucking...
You're twin or something? What's his deal?
I don't know.
He's a party animal.
He is. I mean,
He's a fucking savage.
Got the message from him, and he says where he is, where to go. So on one hand, you got this normal everyday guy who has a family, right? He's got his daily things that he has to take care of and he has to manage, right? And then you've got this other version of him, because he's, scrolling and looking at things online, this same person who looks exactly like him that he's seen. And now he went to find that guy, and then he received a text message out of nowhere that guy was, telling him to come here. So now he's stumbling into this place. You can imagine, sometimes these guys, they were partiers in high school. They're these cool guys. They're these masculine guys, but now they have these basic responsibilities. And now he's going to find, what the heck is this? What the heck is going on? What is this about? So let's see what happens.
seriously, what the fuck is this shit? Relax. Chill out. Dude, you're fucking copying me. You are? You're a fucking poser, man. What did you say? What did you call me? I called you a fucking poser, man.
Get ready. Oh, they're integrating all right. It's a fusion.
We're gonna take all the breeding age females and bring them to Las Vegas, and I'll distribute them to the men who have changed their names to Corey. No kings, no presidents, no senators, just Corey.
Trolls, you might not be supposed to see this. You might want to hop out now before it gets worse.
I don't need to sleep. I don't use currency. I'm not a part of this time. I used to be 2 Corys, now I'm 1. What are you guys into? What do you do? We're attack. Oh, that's all going away. Currency, everything. We're gonna flip into a new society. What do you do? I'm outside of space and time. Change your name to Corey. After that, you will be executed. If you don't change your name to Corey in 3 months, you're going to be executed. I just absorbed Corey. I just absorbed him and became Ultimate Corey. I have to go kill his family.
Send 100 and we'll see.
After this, I'm going to go kill his family. We have to cauterize the wound so there's no other worries. Yes! Yes! We are here tonight! This is me! Are you getting this? Are you filming that? Come Unlock it!
Corey?
Hey. I love you.
I love you too.
really fucking hungry.
Finish.
Yeah. So I think it's a kind of commentary on like of course the lives of modern men in America, especially white men, because this guy's a white man, so he probably has most experience with that to do, to create commentary and art related to that. Where, because there's a big like fetishization of a frat bro mentality, and like your normal life isn't enough or deep enough or good enough, and then you want to go out and you want to be this guy with multiple girlfriends who's gambling and partying and like this super ego character, and how you ideate that, and you lose the value or lose the appreciation of the life that you're living, of just being a human being, being a good person, living your life deeply and fully. And how that leads to this like interpersonal struggle and, like midlife crises and things where you try to be a different person, and showing like the darkness of that way of living and being, where it's all about status and identity and your power over other people and all of this self-aggrandizement, and then just coming back to center and seeing the fallibility, the emptiness of that kind of lifestyle, and seeing the fullness of simplicity, being a good person, and actually taking responsibility for living your life in the way that makes sense to you. That's why That's why people like Thich Nhat Hanh would say to Americans, you should learn how to be a better Christian. You should learn how to know more deeply about your own culture and your own way of life to be a better person. And Buddhism can just be something to help you be a better Christian, rather than you trying to reinvent yourself. So then like the trolls come in and they say to me like, you're running away from your life, go back to America and make something of yourself. Well, this is my life. Living 8 years as a Buddhist monk, and now living here with my wife and talking about Buddhism, talking about meditation, sharing my experience. So there's not a life that I'm running away from or a life that I'm running towards. I'm just living my life where it is, and I'm happy. And I'm peaceful and I'm stable. So that's what I have to deal with. You know what I mean? I have a good life. I'm happy. I'm peaceful. I'm stable. I'm healthy. I'm relatively healthy. There's not much for me to worry about. Somebody's laughing in the corner. I don't know what kind of laughter that is. Sometimes I'm blissful. But I'm working to live a more skillful life and be a better person than I am now. And yeah, doing my art and reaching out to different people and being playful, being crazy and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But there's no intent to harm in me doing that, and there's no like instability in me that's pushing me to do that. Exactly. How are you doing, man? Are you okay? I've been worried about you.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What's going on?
My sleep.
Are you manic?
No?
A little bit?
Nah.
Are you depressed? Well, that's a yes. Are you depressed?
No.
Yeah, that's a yes too. You feel anxious?
No.
That's a yes too. Well, man, look, if you want, I'll get you a ticket, man, and you can just come and stay with me in Hung. You know, get your ticket today or tomorrow and come and stay here until you go to India.
It's a nice offer, but I think I'll stay here.
You need help, man. You sound depressed.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll be live online in like 25 minutes, maybe?
Are you sure you're ready for that?
No?
All right, well then let's do it.
Okay.
All right.
Goodbye.
And don't nobody worry about Shiva. He's gonna get what he deserves, and I'm gonna make sure of that. Wally B was supposed to send me some Aboriginal and Native music. That was a great call, Wally B, the other day, huh? He's awesome. The blood is from my body, from when I fell through the floor at the temple, at the Buddha Mind Temple in Vietnam.
Fractured life looks like it's gone. Maybe God was my dog.
I'll sell this shirt to you for $100.
Time to pull out my paints, brand new canvas, get things straight. There are no lines here. Double rainbows make Great Lakes, coat us both.
that's a lot.
Know the road like Dharma bums from the Catskills to San Juan with just an atlas. Well, it was magic. Thank you, Paul, for those directions. Oh, the bridge or Indian Ocean, those troubled waters, no longer silence in a dreaming Uluru. I heard Brumby singing till me and casting lines to Palestine. I wrote it over my white over. It's nice to know a life like that from the Mount of Standing Rock. There were moments I got lost, denominators, so fuck the haters. Park hard out in Ecuador, standing room on the jungle floor. Can't take our language, can't drink the oil. Lost a baby, lost a friend. Some days my family's lost again. To the trauma, to the war, that's how I learned to be alone. Coming from a broken home, that's how I learned to be alone. Coming from a broken home, give me all you got, give me all you got. We'll make stories, we'll make love, and that's enough. Yeah, that's enough.
Say right, equality's that thin line between wrong and right. When the earth is denuded, the creatures oppressed, then justice and freedom are put to the test. We say freedom, freedom will come. Welcome freedom, justice, justice will come. Welcome justice, freedom, equality, justice are one. If we resist injustice, freedom will come, freedom will come. Welcome freedom, justice will come. Welcome justice. Savages keep you oppressed. Resistance will break, instead of beatings cold. Peace is much more than the absence of war.
The man, the child, the mother earth, the land, the law, the living sun, the creatures and the living plants, all cry out as one, they chant freedom.
Freedom will come. Welcome freedom. Justice will come. Welcome justice. Reaching for peace, human love. I go for brothers and sisters, shake generations of love. Freedom will triumph, justice endure. When we struggle united in freedom.
The man, the child, the mother earth, the land, the law, the living
Human freedom's fundamental, justice ain't right. Equality's that thin line between wrong and right. When the earth is denuded, the creatures oppressed, then justice and freedom are put to the test. We say freedom, freedom will come. Welcome freedom. Justice will come. Welcome justice. Freedom, equality, justice. I want it. We resist injustice. Freedom will come. Freedom will come. Welcome freedom. Justice. Justice will come. Welcome justice. The industrial savages keep your breath with war. Resistance will break. Peace is much more than the absence of war.
The man, the God, the mother earth, the land, the light, and the sun, the creatures and the living plants, all cry out as one man, freedom.
Freedom will come. Welcome freedom. Justice will come. Welcome justice. Reach out for peace, embrace human love. Our global brothers and sisters shed generations of blood. Freedom will triumph, justice endure. When we struggle united against every war.
The man, the child, the mother earth, the land, the law, the living sun, the creatures and the living plants, all cry out as one nation, freedom.
Freedom will come. Welcome freedom. Justice will come. Welcome justice. Freedom, equality.
I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. Don't know where to go. Don't know what to do. I walk out on the street between a million people that I don't see. Maybe they think that I am mad. I fell in love. I am in love with you.
what to do. I walk along the streets among the neon people, and I don't see. Maybe they think that I am bad. I fell in love with you, I'm in love with you. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ah! I made this song 'cause I love you. I made this song just for you. I made this song deep in my heart. I was thinking of you. Because time runs so fast, and it never comes back. And that's all that keep with me, this sweet love you gave to me. Thank you very much. Honey. Ooh, honey. The blanket fall down. Yeah. The blanket fall down. Okay, so let's go through the shorts that have been collected, different clips and things like that. Different clips that have been collected through through the YouTube channel, through the streaming, and let's choose which ones to publish and which ones to not publish. And then, see where it goes.
Would you be open to a influencer boxing match, you and me?
Okay.
You don't have the audience for that. I don't have the.
No need to post that one. We're not going to post that one. Okay, next one.
But I mean, of course, I don't. If I go out there and I start thinking, man, I need some money. When I start thinking that, then nothing goes in the bowl. The bowl stays empty. It's at the moment that I kind of spend some time doing it and kind of enter, into that same kind of space as doing a meditation. I'm walking, I'm chanting, like walking really slow. Do you know what Kinhin is?
Yeah.
Hung out in Soto Temple.
No, I started in Upaya Zen Center, the Maizumi Roshi lineage, for a year.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I do really slow Kinhin and chant, and once my heart gets empty, like calms down, and I become clear and without a goal, then it's like that meeting can happen. People will walk by and they'll look back and go, what's that? But
Great. Begging for money. Publish that one. Begging for money. Okay, let's go to the next one. That mala. Hello? Juji Sunim.
Yes.
How are you doing? It's been such a long time since I heard your voice.
Oh.
Do you remember me? Do you remember the American monk? Remember the first time I come wearing the Theravada robe, and then I come with the yellow robe, and I give you the mala, very expensive mala.
Oh.
You remember, right? You remember.
Yes.
Because
yes, I remember now. Now you disrobed.
I fell in love, and I married a nun.
Good. So what's up? I'm in the meeting right now.
Okay, well, do you still have those beads that I gave you, that mala?
Yeah, I have.
So I just want to come and meet you and get that back sometime.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Thank you, Juji Sunim. Thank you. I apologize for everything, and I thank you a lot.
Okay,
thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I have the audio. This is a link to my channel. Yes. This is my favorite video. This is my new this is unbelievable.
some people are saying that I've got a problem in my mind.
This is fantastic.
Right fucking now, I'm peaceful, I'm aware.
I think this person might be a friend of mine doing a little bit of a game with the Buddhism subreddit people.
You're in the right motherfucking place.
Are you kidding me?
For another live stream.
Are you kidding me? You couldn't do a better. You couldn't do a better advertisement for Dr. Rob. Are you kidding me? Talk about a donation. This is unbelievable.
I've got a problem in my mind. Let me tell you something.
And this is one of my favorite talks. This is one of my most favorite recent works.
You want to realize non-duality, you want to realize enlightenment, you're in the right motherfucking place.
Absolutely incredible.
For another live stream.
Absolutely incredible.
Some people...
Well, I don't have the audience for that. I don't have the audience for that either.
by me confirming your realization.
That was a ploy. That was a trap to find people like you that I could activate and help them actually learn about real enlightenment, not this fake non-duality subreddit stuff. It was a social experiment. You got to open up your mind, man. You got to open up your heart. You got to open out with everything, together with everything. Stop thinking you don't have the whole. All right. Here we go. Dear Gemini AI model, I would like you to now take on the position of a verifiable and bona fideable non-duality and enlightenment in terms of Sotapanna, Sakyagami, Anagami, Arhat, the 9 Bodhisattva Bhumis, fully knowledgeable, fully range of knowledgeables in an Aboriginal Australian accent, not just Crocodile Dundee style accent, but I'm talking about an Aboriginal outback Australian that's been... I have the audio. No, we're going to get to the unhinged stuff because I got a big backlog of shorts and stuff that I haven't gone through because I've been so busy. It's not going to be good. We got to show the poor people that we don't like them, and we got to show the wealthy people that we got what they want. And I do have what I want, what they want. I do have what wealthy people want. Jake Paul would be lucky to have me in his corner. IShowSpeed would be lucky to have me in his corner. And you know what? Fuck you, Slips. Fuck you, Slip. I have the audio. Bit of a deep track. Move on from that one. With my practice, and that means I'm not at peace or relaxed, then I'm sick. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. Or my community or my experiences. You know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 or 8 years. I'm a lot more psychic than you are, cunt. You know, I have the audience for that. You give me $50 right now or you're getting banned. Check your Discord, Shiva. I don't have the audience for that. I don't. Fear the storm, for I am the storm. We just go to a boxing. Anyways.
It's not like what Kogan said. It's not like what Kogan talks about. Kogan? Who the fuck is Kogan?
This one was dwelling near Savati in Jetta's Wood. And I know for your rotted out, dumb fuck, retard brains, the moment that you start to hear words that aren't shake ass, shake your ass and play with your dick, shake your ass and play with your dick, you immediately say, I've got to get out of here, I have more important things to do.
We just go to a boxing.
In anyways, that's a ridiculous idea. I've already talked about, if I trained for 6 months, if anything made me serious about physically training my body, I mean, you would be in so much. 10, 9, it's charging. 8, be in so much. Everybody, pause. We need to do a hard pause. We need to do a true pause. Oh my gosh. Some of these people are, you can't help them. Somebody's in so much physical danger that it wouldn't even be, like you could train for 6 months and you'd basically.
Emptiness. Well, maybe a starting point would be to shut your fucking mouth and try to meditate. Right now. How am I going to teach you to meditate if you don't try to meditate right now?
No, I can see just watching some of these shorts and some of these clips. I mean, I can see from the side of the trolls as well. You know what I mean? I can definitely see from their side as well. I wouldn't believe that guy. Honey. Need to dry the blanket. Yeah, finish. Need to change the other one. But this one make very wet. This one very wet. Okay, all right. All right, well, I think we've exhausted our coffers, so to speak. I don't know if there's anything else for us to talk about or to do here at this point. Seems like this is the end of our session. So I appreciate everybody coming out. That was great. It's great for all of you to come out and be a part of what we're doing here and what we're building here. You know, I really do appreciate that. This guy's supposed to be like a
Yes. All the relatives and devotees, at this time the young monk Rovi Bhikkhu has been ordained.
This is like some kind of super arhat guy that was in the cave for like years or something like that. I don't know much details about it.
Ages 18 to 35 or...
I gotta get this out there with all your light. With all your light. With all All your light. I gotta get this out there with all your light. With all your light. With
No, I'm starting to maybe take a step back myself and put on my own trucker hat. And this might have something to do with the Zins, packing a lip, packing an upper decker, but I'm starting to think, that I can really see where these guys are coming from and their perspective more so than I did before. Looking at some of these recordings of myself. So I got a lot of work to do. I got a long way to go on my journey. There's no question about that.
Robbo was me knockabout mate and a funny bastard too. There weren't a thing that I don't reckon Robbo couldn't do. He'd pull on near on anything he could to make it quick. But let me tell you about the funniest thing I reckon Robbo ever did. We were pissed and broke in a country pub. It was getting closing time.
I need
when
some beer.
a circus post near the dartboard caught old Robbo's eye. He stared a while, then laughed out loud and slapped me on the back and said, "Mate, I got the best idea I think I've ever had." He didn't tell me too much more till that circus got to town. But when he fronted in what he'd cooked up, I was rolling on the ground. He'd sewn sequins on his singlet and on his underdungers too. Made a cape from an old red tablecloth and glued glitter on his boots. And he just marched on to that circus crowd as cheeky as you like. And when he grabbed the midget by the ear, I nearly pissed me strides. Then with a really woggy accent, he lifted him to his height and said, "Go and tell your boss the great Roberto has arrived." I was there the day the great Roberto thrilled the crowd. The kids all shit, the women screamed, the men said fuck out loud. Roberto fucking bullshit, it was Robbo fucking about. Cause I was there the day the great Roberto thrilled the crowd. The boss come thundering from his caravan, one pissed off midget tagging along. Stormed up and said to Robbo, "What the fucking hell's going on?" And like a real true blue professional, Robbo threw his head right back and said, "I'm the great Roberto, come with the show for you, my act." And I thought, shit, you fucking ratbag, Robbo, what you up to now? As he asked the boss to go and build 100-metre tower. And for just $1,000 he'd perform his famous act. A perfect fucking swallow dive into a concrete slab. The boss's mouth flopped open and he said, "Mate, if you're for real and you do what you say you can, then you got a fucking deal." And the midget stood there fuming because he had an act like that, except he dived into a water tank, not a fucking concrete slab. And Robbo saw the midget spewing, but he couldn't give a fuck. "Mr. Midget, you can help me."
All right, I get it. I get it.
All of you are like children. All of you. I look at you, I see you as children. What kind of children? The children who are so avidly playing games, playing with your toys in a house that's burning. And you're so oblivious. You're having so much fun with your toys, with your games, that you don't realize the danger you're in. You still insist on, "I'm going to make a lot of money. I'm going to become famous. I'm going to get a sports car, buy a big house," and all those things have a lot of disciples. It's all nonsense. And so If you have great wisdom, there's nothing that needs to be spoken to you. You don't need any help. When it's because you don't have wisdom, you have problems. That's why we need to talk to you, explain to you, and help guide you. Because we need to tell you what to do in order to get out of a burning house. That's how precarious it is. You have no clues. The situation you're in right now is very, very dangerous. And you say, what am I doing? I'm so happy, I'm so comfortable, I'm so famous, I'm so rich, I have a lot of cryptos. Wait until you die. It's not that far away. When you fall, you suffer. All the karma you created this lifetime will come and sink you. That's a danger. You're creating more and more karmas, and you will fall. All of you.
Fragrance speed run. Fragrance speed run with
Jeremy Fragrance.
1 spray or 50 sprays?
1 spray.
Fresh fragrances or sweet fragrances?
For a man fresh and for a woman sweet.
Eau de toilette, eau de parfum, parfum.
And so there's two types of meditation. There is what's called method, and there's wisdom. So there's technique and there's realization. And these have two Sanskrit terms. Those terms are shamatha and vipassana. Now people go, oh, I've heard of vipassana before. Most people have heard of it. But what most people call vipassana is not vipassana. It's actually shamatha, right? So shamatha is the technique, vipassana is the realization. What characterizes shamatha, this method? Well, a method in meditation does two things: to make your mind tranquil and peaceful, sometimes it's called stilling, and also to develop mental acuity. Mental acuity is strength of mind, right? So if I have a meditation object, it's my object. If I can keep my mind focused on that without drifting, that's mental acuity, sharpness of mind. At the same time, if I do that without agitation and without falling asleep, then the mind becomes very still and tranquil. These are the two aspects of shamatha. And that's pretty much what everyone teaches and what everyone practices. There's different types of vipassana. It gets complicated. But so in general, if you look at a candle, if you focus on your breath, if you do any of these meditations, that is shamatha. And vipassana is wisdom. So wisdom is something that is a truth. But there are different levels of truth. There are some things that are only partially true, and there's things that are ultimately true. And when we talk about the truth, the ultimate truth in Tibetan Buddhism, that's something we call Dzogchen or Mahamudra. Or something you probably heard of is the term emptiness. So emptiness is synonymous with awareness aspect of mind. It's also what we call vipassana. And there's some subtlety, but we don't need to get into that. It's too complicated. And so in general, when we practice, the main thing we need to do is learn techniques and become habituated to them. Because when we sit down, we don't know what to do. Or we don't have enough mental acuity and our mind just wanders. Let's say you have ADHD, and so you find it difficult just to remain on one thing, and the mind wanders a lot. And generally, most people they assume, if I have ADHD, then I can't meditate. Because my teacher said, watch the breath, watch the candle, and don't get distracted. And somebody's got ADHD can't really do that, because their mind jumps to this, that, and the other thing. And so they feel like they cannot do shamatha, whereas somebody who is got a very stable mind can hold it for a very long time. There's an important point here. It's a little bit difficult, but all methods are provisional. What does that mean? Not one method suits everybody. There's no such thing as one method for everyone. If I give you the same method as I give you, and you'll have two different results. They won't be the same. So for example, most people who have ADHD, they think they can't meditate. Actually, people with ADHD make good meditators, but they believe that in order to meditate, all I can do is hold my mind on an object. But that's shamatha, that's method, that's not wisdom. And so there's...
So when you're ready, Shiva,